Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. This is an interactive show on which I invite you to participate. You can do so through the YouTube chat. You can make comments there, ask questions, and I will engage with them. You can also call into the show. I have a link pinned in the YouTube chat, or if you prefer to dial a phone number instead of clicking on the link, you can also do that. That's a link to my Zoom room. But I am streaming again on OBS this time. Last stream 5 days ago was the first time I tried streaming on OBS. And I had a few technical issues, but I think I have mostly worked them out. Actually, one new thing I figured out is how to improve my sound. So I'm back to using my podcast mic instead of the AirPod mic. So hopefully the sound is a little better. You can let me know if you notice a difference in the chat. So hopefully the technical issues are solved. All right, so for today's show, there are many things we could discuss, but I did put in the title something related to the news, which is Go Israel, destroying theocratic Iran. America needs to be that bold. But is self-defense selfish? So if you've been following the news recently, you know that there was a major strike on Iran by both Israel and the United States. February 28th, I believe, was the day it began. So 4 days ago. And it looks like there's a good chance there will be regime change, which is long overdue. Iran has been a hostile enemy country towards the United States, chanting death to America since 1979, when they took Americans hostage from the U.S. Embassy in Iran. And since then, they've been responsible for killing Americans. I don't know how many, but there was the Beirut bombing in Lebanon in the 80s, early 80s. And there have been other events as well. The USS Cole bombing, I think Iran may have had a hand in that. And they also fund proxy groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, terrorist groups. So this theocratic regime has a lot of blood on its hands, and it should have been overthrown a long time ago. But it's good if it finally does. Better late than never, if it finally does get overthrown. So we'll see what happens. But I just heard today, following the Yaron Brook show, Yaron Brook, another objectivist podcaster, has been giving daily updates about the war. And in his latest update, he said that Israel had attacked this meeting of clerics. They were meeting to select the the next leader after the previous Ayatollah was killed. A bunch of clerics were meeting to decide on who was going to replace him, and that meeting was bombed or something, somehow attacked. And I guess we don't know whether all of the people at the meeting were killed yet, but at least a lot of them might have been. So I guess there's still a fog of war, and we're waiting to figure out exactly what happened there. But anyway, Israel carried out that attack. And that's what I had in mind in this title when I said America needs to be that bold. So Israel is not only attacking military targets, as the United States has done, but they're also attacking the political leadership, the actual theocrats that run Iran. And I think it would be good if America did that sort of thing. With congressional approval. I don't think it's good that Trump is doing this without congressional approval, but I do think it needs to be done. And it should be authorized by Congress. So that's what's behind my title for today. And then I have this last part of it, but is self-defense selfish? So that is meant to raise a question for people who might be unfamiliar with Ayn Rand's philosophy. Maybe they accept a conventional moral view that it's bad to be selfish. So one thing that might be an obstacle to fighting an aggressive war of self-defense is that it seems like a selfish thing to do. And isn't that bad, according to conventional morality? Well, yeah, I think it is. But maybe conventional morality is wrong. Maybe it's actually not bad to be selfish. Maybe it's good to do selfish things, depending on what is meant by selfishness. And I talk a lot about that on my show here. So if you're interested in that, let me know. You can raise a comment or a question in the chat. We can talk about selfishness, all kinds of things. I have many topics listed on my background here. So if anything there strikes your interest, feel free to mention it in the chat and we can talk about it. So my title of the show is, it's often just an attention getter, but I am happy to talk about it. But primarily, I want to engage with people who are here live and whatever they're interested in. So let me know if there's something on your mind that you would like to discuss or would like to hear me discuss. And then we can do that. All right, so I see we've got some people here watching, but I haven't seen any chats yet. I've got my new OBS layout here. So who's going to be the first chatter of the day? Oh, I just remembered. I do want to. I also take super chats now. So I'm trying to make this show financially self-sustaining. And oh, Simon is here. Hi, Simon. He's our first chatter of the day. Welcome. So a way that I can help make this show oh, Florida Nick is also here. All right. Nice to see you. Welcome again. One of the ways I can make this show financially self-sustaining is to take super chats. So if you want to help support the show, help my work of promoting Ayn Rand's ideas, help enable me to do more and or better shows, you can click on this $ here and do a super chat or a super sticker. And I'm also going to start a super chat goal here. Now you can also contribute in other ways, like through Patreon or PayPal. I have links in my description here. And I actually get a larger percentage. YouTube takes 30% of whatever you contribute. Whereas Patreon, I think it only takes like 10 to 15%. And PayPal is even less. It's like maybe under 5%. But whatever way you want to contribute is definitely appreciated. And I'm going to start a goal here in the chat window. As usual, I'm going to set the goal for 5 super chats of any amount from 99 cents all the way up to $500. I think that's the highest you can go. But I'll count any amount, and I'll set that for 3 hours. That's the max. And the goal has been started. So if you want to see this number go up from 0 out of 5 to ultimately 5 out of 5, then you can do a super chat. If you do a super sticker, it won't count it. It has to be a super chat. But if you don't have anything to say, you can still do a super chat, but you can just leave it blank or put some blank spaces there, and then it'll count towards this goal. But I'll also count it if you sign up on Patreon or PayPal. Just let me know, and I'll check my email, make sure it came through, and I'll count that as steps towards this goal here. Florida Nick says, I see ARC UK has been copying Dan with the marathon length streams. I noted that they were live streaming, I don't know how many hours ago, and then I checked a few hours later, I think, and they were still going. So it did seem like they were doing a marathon stream at the Ayn Rand Center UK. And I guess I haven't been over there today, but I'm guessing they're doing coverage of the ongoing war in Iran. So there's a lot to cover. So maybe marathon streams are... Now is a good time for them because there's so much news coming out. And we'll see how long this stream goes. I did want to mention that my last stream, it got cut short. Although it went on for 5 hours almost, it did get cut short. And I don't know why. I didn't end the stream deliberately, but after about 5 hours, the stream just ended. So I don't know if there was some setting in YouTube or OBS that caused it to end, but it ended without my telling it to end, and I hope that doesn't happen again today. I set it up a little bit differently today, so I don't know if that's going to affect what happens, but hopefully the stream does not get cut off like that. All right, so what are we going to talk about today? You want to talk about the war, or... Oh, there's my analytics. I guess that's showing up. I like to check in with my analytics sometimes. Oh, and my I guess I'm still showing the chat window. I forgot which window I was showing. So, what do you all want to talk about today? Is there anything on your mind? Any topics you want to raise? I could talk about my reading since the last stream, but I often am reading when I'm not live streaming. I study a lot of history, and I could give you a reading update. But I see that more as a backup topic. If there aren't any chats to engage with, I want to give priority to people who are here live to discuss what's on their mind. But since I don't see any new chats at the moment, I guess I'll start telling you, I'll give you a little reading update. So I've been reading a lot about the founding of America, in particular the Declaration of Independence recently on Wikipedia. So I've been learning lot of little details, things I didn't know before. One thing which I heard a little about, but I have a little better grasp on now, is the Lee resolution. So before July 4th, actually on July 2nd, 1776, there was what's called the Lee resolution, I believe named after Richard Henry Lee, one of the delegates from Virginia, one of the delegates to the Continental Congress, the Second Continental Congress. And that was actually the official separation from Great Britain. That's when America decided to separate. And then the Declaration of Independence was just, if we can say just an announcement of that already decided decision. It's a little redundant, to separate. So it was an explanation to the world of the reasons for separating from Great Britain. But the official separation, I guess, happened on July 2nd. And I heard a little about that before, but I haven't looked into it much. I still haven't looked into it much, and I plan to do that next. But first, I wanted to read the article about the Declaration of Independence. So I'm in the midst of reading that article, and I think after that, I might turn to reading about the Lee resolution. So that's one thing I've been reading about. And maybe I should also mention, in terms of, since we're on the topic of Israel and Iran and that war, I also watched the ARI video about that just came out today. There was about a 20-minute video with Ben Bayer and Ilan Jorno talking about the war in Iran. I thought that was good, so I would recommend checking that out. I finished watching the Tucker Carlson and Mike Huckabee interview, which was pretty long, about 2.5 hours, I think. And then I heard Yaron Brooks' commentary on it. So those are some things I've been doing since my last stream. Don't see any chats yet. See, a lot of people have come by, but nobody's chatting, or just a couple of people have put in chats so far. What else am I going to talk about? So one issue related to the war that I've seen discussed online on social media by people in the objectivist world is about congressional approval. So that I saw that there was a discussion or a debate between the Ayn Rand Center UK and the American Capitalist Party about that. I only saw part of it, but there was a discussion between Razi Ginsburg at the Ayn Rand Center UK and Mark Pellegrino of the American Capitalist Party. And these are both organizations that are aligned with objectivism, but they differ over the appropriateness of this war. And I don't know if I can say exactly what the difference is, because I haven't looked into it much, but I think they might differ over whether it's a good thing that this war is happening, or at least that America is involved in this war, given that there has not been congressional approval, and ARC UK, or Razi at least, I think was saying that it was good that this is happening, whereas Mark Pellegrino was opposing that view. Now, I think they both agree that there should be congressional approval. I think they might have said that, but I guess Razi's view was that it was less bad that it's happening without congressional approval than if it weren't happening at all. Like maybe he sees it as bad that it's happening without congressional approval, but it would be even worse if America did nothing. Whereas I think Mark Pellegrino's view, and maybe also Michael Leibowitz, who also is affiliated with the American Capitalist Party, I think maybe their view is that the lesser evil would actually be for there not to be a war at all if it's not given congressional approval. Now, if I'm getting any of this wrong, please feel free to correct me. I don't want to mischaracterize anyone's position, but based on the little bit that I looked into what the various parties were saying about this war, that's my understanding of what their views are, or at least what they might be. Florida Nick says, was it tough to watch the interview? Do you mean the interview of Mike Huckabee by Tucker Carlson? If that's what you mean, no, it wasn't tough for me. Well, just to say a bit about that interview, what it was about. I think Tucker was often trying to make Israel look bad and saying that they're harboring pedophiles, like people who are associated with Jeffrey Epstein. And he kept asking Mike Huckabee, like, what are you going to pressure Israel to look into this or extradite any offenders to the U.S. or I don't remember exactly what his how he was putting pressure on Huckabee, but that was one issue that he was pressuring him on. And there was also the issue of what gives Israel a right to exist, or a right to exist in the country, in the place that it is right now. And I think at least part of the time Huckabee was saying, well, there is a in the Bible, Abraham is granted this land. And then Tucker said, oh, well, in the Bible, in the book of Genesis, he's granted the land from the Nile all the way to the Euphrates, or something like that. Not just the area that Israel currently occupies. And I think Huckabee said something like, well, they're not trying to occupy all that land. And then Tucker would press him, but do they have a right to all of that land? And I don't know that Huckabee had a good answer to that. I don't think there is you can't argue from the Bible you can't give a good rational argument that you have a right to something just because it says that in the Bible. But Mike Huckabee, who is the ambassador to Israel for the U.S., he's a evangelical Christian. So it's maybe not very surprising that he would give a religious, biblical sort of basis for Israel having a right to certain land. But I don't think that's tenable, and I think Tucker was challenging him on that point. Rightly so, because I don't think that's a good basis for rights. But I'm trying to remember what other topics came up in the interview. I think there's fault on both sides, both on Tucker's side and on Mike Huckabee's side. And so far, I guess I've focused more on where I think Huckabee faltered, but I can't remember. I did have criticisms of Tucker as well, but I can't remember what they were at the moment. Nick says, I couldn't listen to 2.5 hours of Tucker. Yeah, I can sympathize with that. I don't often listen to his show, but I think part of the reason I listened to it was because I saw that Iran was doing a commentary on their interview, and I wanted to hear the actual interview before listening to Iran's commentary. But before that, I think I heard the interview Tucker did with Nick Fuentes some months ago. That might have been the last one before that. And then maybe also the one interview with Ted Cruz. Those are the last 3 Tucker interviews I remember listening to. So one thing it would be nice to do today is to confirm that the call system works with my new OBS setup. I was hoping to do a call last time, and Steven was trying to call in towards the end, but for some reason he wasn't able to, so I didn't get to test that. But maybe I'll get to test it today. So that's something you all can do if you'd like. You can call in, and even if you don't have some topic you want to discuss, you can just help me test out my setup here. We can just do a short 1-minute call just to make sure everything works with my new OBS setup. I'd like to get some discussions and debates, though. I'm working on getting some going behind the scenes, but they're the one that's actively in discussion. It's going pretty slowly, so sometimes these take a long time to set up. And I had TikTok set up last time. I was going to try to do some live debates on TikTok, but that was really slowing down my stream. There was a big lag time, and I think it was putting a big drain on my computer to be processing data from TikTok at the same time that I was streaming to YouTube and had Zoom going and OBS. So I'm not sure I want to try TikTok again today. Another thing I've been doing is some Facebook and X posting. You all might have seen some of that. I've seen some likes from some of you on those posts, so thank you for those. I did a post about illegal immigration recently on Facebook, as well as on X and YouTube. But I will typically do the same posts on all 3 of those platforms. Those are the ones I use the most: Facebook, X, and YouTube. Oh, Objective Ethics is here. He says, listening while I get ready for work. Hello, Nick, Simon, Dan, and others. Good to see you all. Thanks for dropping by. Objective Ethics has been here many times and has called in, and I've been on his show as well. He does a lot of videos on religion, debunking religion sometimes. I saw his latest video was part of his failed prophecy series. He has a guest on to discuss failed prophecies in the Bible. So I saw that was his latest video, and he's also had some discussions on free will, ethics, free will. If I recall, there's another free will coming up the Sunday after this coming Sunday. Maybe I'll drop by for that. We'll see. Not sure what my schedule will be like, but might come by for that. So I was saying that I've done some Facebook and X posts on immigration recently. I could show those on the screen and maybe go through some of those comments. I usually get more engagement on Facebook than on X or YouTube. So maybe I'll go to my Facebook post. Yeah, I guess I'll do that. At least until I get some more chats coming in here to engage with. But in the meantime, let me pull up my Facebook post. I see there's some more comments here. New comments have just come in on it, which I haven't had a chance to read yet. Maybe I'll read them here live for the first time. 76 comments so far. Let's see, is this going to show up? Okay, there it is. So the post says, wait, do I have to minimize my, oh, I guess you can see the top. Yeah, it says, I'm against illegal immigration. That's in quotes. That's not me talking, but that's something that you might hear someone say. There's a lot of people out there who say, I'm against illegal immigration. And then in reply to that, I say, what if the immigration laws are unjust? Is it bad to break an unjust law? What if a slave illegally escapes his owner? So what I'm trying to do here is put the focus on the laws, not on the immigrants. I think a lot of people, they think what's going wrong here is that there's some problem with the immigrants. They're doing something illegal, and that's this big problem. And we got to get rid of the illegals. And I'm trying to reorient the focus here and say, no, the problem is not the illegals. It's the laws that make them illegal. We've got bad laws. And if we had good laws, there wouldn't be so many illegal people. So the focus of our attention should be on fixing the laws, not on trampling out these illegals. So I say, what if the immigration laws are unjust? So it shouldn't be the end of the discussion to just say someone is doing something illegal. I think one should wonder, why are they doing this? Maybe there's some irrational law in the books that makes it really hard to live in a legal way. Like if you're caught in a third world dictatorship and you're just trying to come here and live a peaceful life, are you doing something bad by breaking an immigration law that forbids you from coming here? Now, I think it's, to make this more clear, I give the example of slavery in the last sentence, because I think people can more readily see that that's a law that it would be justified, morally justified to break. What if a slave illegally escapes his owner? Would you tell would you say to the slave, you have to go back to your slave owner? Or would you say, yeah, I can see how just because it might be the law, as it was in the antebellum South of the United States, just because there's this law that permits slavery, that doesn't mean people should feel morally bound to obey that law. It's a corrupt law. It's irrational. It's a violation of rights. So if you can break that law, all power to you. Why not do that? At least if you're an egoist, right? If you want to, which objectivism is, or which it supports, egoism, doing what's best for yourself, for your own life, then there can be all kinds of irrational laws that destroy trample on people's rights, like the laws of dictatorships, laws that censor freedoms, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, laws discriminating against people based on race or sexual orientation, or even tax laws, right? I'm against taxes. I think tax laws violate people's rights. They force people to give away their income to the state. Is it bad to break those laws? I don't think. Now, if there's you might not want to break those laws because you think it's very risky. There's a good chance you would get caught and have to suffer some penalty, like going to jail, and you might think it's just not worth it trying to break it. But that doesn't mean it would be morally bad to. I think, just as I don't think it would be morally bad to break a law that requires you to be a slave. So even if there's a unjust law in the books, like tax laws, doesn't necessarily mean you should break it. But I think you could be morally justified in breaking an unjust law. So what I'm trying to do with this post is get people to think about the laws and whether they're just, and rather than focusing on the fact that people are doing something illegal, it's more important to realize whether the laws that make them illegal are justifiable laws. Nick says the failed prophecies video is on my list to watch. And how many views did your viral tweets end up getting? I can look at it. I think it was around 305,000. But let me pull up that screen. And I can give you the exact number. I have that pinned to that viral tweet is pinned. Okay, here it is. $305,226 views currently. And it's been, so it's probably settling around there. It might go up a tiny bit more, but it looks like it might top out around there. So I got a bunch of reactions, mini comments on this Facebook post, and I did many replies to them, and we could look at some of the replies. And maybe I could do some replies in real time to the new comments I haven't replied to yet. Let me change this comment filter from most relevant to all comments. Okay. I think there might be one here that I haven't replied to yet. So this guy, Chris, he brought up the topic of Muslim immigration. And I didn't say anything about where immigrants were coming from in my original post, like whether they were coming from Islamic countries or Mexico. I just talked about immigration. But he raised the issue of Islam. And then I asked him, are you only concerned about Muslim immigrants, not Latin American ones? And I see he replied to that. And he said, I'm opposed to all illegal immigration. Meanwhile, Muslim immigrants fall into a separate category. The Islamic ideology violates the Constitution. Islam calls for the overthrow of the U.S. government. Thus, Muslims should be barred. Okay, so I guess he thinks Muslim immigration is more of a threat than, or more of a problem than Mexico, because he says he's opposed to all illegal immigration. So one way I could reply to this is to just focus on the Mexicans first and set aside the issue of Muslims for the moment. And I could also ask him if he would like to reply to any of these comments. So he didn't address any of my comments or my questions up here in my original post where I ask, what if the immigration laws are unjust? Is it bad to break an unjust law? What if a slave illegally escapes his owner? And there were a few people who just didn't address those at all in their replies. So maybe I will see if I can direct his attention back to those original questions and get a reply. I'm opposed to all illegal immigration, he says. Okay, so I'll say, would you care to answer any of the questions in my original post? Such as, what if the immigration laws are unjust? Like, why should you care? Why should you be opposed to all illegal immigration if the laws that make people illegal are unjust laws? Why not be opposed to the laws rather than the immigrants who are breaking the laws? Maybe the laws are the problem, not the immigrants. So I want to see if I can direct his attention back to those original questions. I think people, they often get, they I don't know if I want to say red herring, but they distract attention somehow by going off onto other issues that are not the most relevant sometimes. So that's all I'm going to say in this round to him. Okay. Now I'm looking on my phone here before I put on the screen the next comment I want to reply to. Let me come back to the chat, though, for a moment. Oh, Nick says that's pretty good. The number of views I got on my tweet. Yeah, that was great. I was hoping I could get some more on my my next tweet, which I'm actually going over now on Facebook. See, I did the identical post on Twitter here about illegal immigration, but it only got 2 replies. So not 76 replies like I get on Facebook. So I get a lot more traction on Facebook. And I was hoping this would go viral, but I hope that for all my tweets, or at least a lot of them. But I think it's somewhat just a matter of luck. Like on the one that went viral, I got some big accounts who retweeted it, and I think that's largely responsible for, or a big part of the reason why it went viral. Like here's the viral tweet, and then all the people who reposted it. I guess. Oh, actually, I can see that if I go to view post activity. All the reposts. Actually, the quote tweets, some of those were really large. Like how much? This guy has 34,000 followers. This guy has 169,000 followers. I think he was the first one, the first big account to retweet, or he did a quote tweet. So he quotes me here. Some people, they just repost like this, but they don't have their own, they don't say anything about it. But it's called a quote tweet, if you didn't know, when you not only repost somebody else, but you also say something about their post. So this is the first big either repost or quote post. See, the quotes and reposts. These are all the people who just reposted, but they didn't say anything about it. But a smaller number of people, well, I don't know if it may be about the same number. A lot of people quote tweeted my post, including some large accounts. And I think this guy might have been the largest account, almost 170,000 people. And he's a college professor, former corporate executive, etc. And he wrote a book called Lies My Liberal Teacher Told Me, or something. Yeah, here it is. Lies My Liberal Teacher Told Me. I think there's a famous book called Lies My Teacher Told Me, and maybe he's riffing off of that and specifically focusing on lies liberal teachers told people. So looks like this guy has some measure of fame. So I think that helped a lot to boost my post. And then probably some of the people on his list also reposted. I'm not sure. But anyway, it's great when a big account retweets what I say. So, but again, it's pretty lucky. You don't know when it's going to happen, who's going to see what. But anyway, I'm going to go back to my Facebook, the Facebook version of that here. Actually, let me check my chat again, see if there's any new chats. Objective Ethics says part 2 of my free will debate is happening this coming Sunday. Oh, okay. So that's the 8th. this coming Sunday, we are discussing how ethics and justice factors into determinism. Okay. So that raises the issue of compatibilism. Can you have ethics? Can you have morality and also without free will? Or, I guess if you think you can, then you're some kind of compatibilist. You think morality is compatible with the absence of free will. I don't think it is. I think you need to have free will in order to have morality. It only makes sense to tell people how they ought to act if they can act, if they have a choice in the matter, if they have free will. If they're just determined to do something, if you're a determinist, then I don't think it makes sense to say how someone ought to act. They can't do otherwise. That's my view. Objective ethics, he's called himself a soft determinist, which I think involves compatibilism as one of its component positions. So you say you're discussing how ethics and justice factors into determinism. Well, the way I think it factors in, just to give my take, is I don't think they're compatible. So you can't have ethics or justice. There's no such thing as ethics or justice if determinism is the way the world is. Things just happen. But I don't think it makes sense. I don't think it makes sense to say they're ethical or non-ethical or they're just or unjust. They just happen as they have to happen. Just like a rock falling off a cliff. Is it ethical for it to hit the ground or not hit the ground? Well, neither. It's just not an ethical sort of action. It's just acting as it must, given the laws of physics. And is it just or unjust for it to hit the ground? Well, it's neither. The concept of justice or injustice doesn't apply to it. That's how I see it. All right. I was going to look for some new replies to my Facebook post on my phone first. Let's see what this one says. Okay, maybe I'll reply to this one. From Monica. Is it this thread? Let's check this out. Oh, this is actually a different thread than the one I was just looking at. See, there are multiple threads in which this person Monica participates, and the thread I was looking at on my phone is different. But maybe I should just read this one here while I'm here. So someone by the name of Penny also participated in this thread. And in the last sentence of the last reply I saw from her, she says, "For you to think that it should be up to each individual American citizen to manage is asinine." Asinine means extremely stupid or foolish. And so because she said that, I said, I'm not sure you want a respectful exchange. And then I see she says, here I do. Is it just for a nation to have immigration laws? My answer to that is yes. How about you? Is it yes or no? If yes, why? If no, why? And Monica Ortiz says a country belongs to its citizens who whom there's a typo there, I guess, who pay taxes for all the privileges the country provides. I disagree. No one is entitled to live here unless you were born here. If you come here illegally, which means you can't work nor pay taxes, what gives you the rights to benefit from my taxes, my time, my life? I would say that is a violation of my rights as a taxpayer. If there are no border, you don't have a sovereign country. For the life of me, why do you want to turn this country into a third world one? And then she says, I think Penny does, meaning does want to have a respectful exchange. And then she says, it seems to me that you are the one getting upset because we don't agree with you. Well, my problem is not that you disagree. It's that you use language like this and say, for you to think such and such is asinine, meaning extremely foolish or stupid. It's often a straw man. Well, people will say, oh, you don't want to talk to anyone who disagrees with you, or you block anyone who disagrees, where it's that's not the issue. And I think it should be clear that's not the issue. It's when you start becoming disrespectful and uncivil in the way you disagree. So I might want to address that aspect of it in my next reply. By the way, does the mic sound better this time? Nick, I remember last time you said that it sounded a bit off, and I think I fixed that problem. I figured out how to make the podcast work with my OBS setup. So I'm curious if you've noticed whether the sound is better this time. I'm curious to hear this on my phone. See if I can notice a difference. Yeah, I just heard it. I think it is better, but I'd be interested to hear from you all if you were here last time, if you remember that compared to this time. Nick says, "Oh, I forgot about that. Yes, audio is back to normal. Sounds much better. Okay, good. Good to hear." Yeah, the problem was that I selected this podcast mic in Zoom before, but apparently that's not good enough for the podcast mic to come through on OBS. I also have to select this mic not only in Zoom, but also in my general computer system settings. And then Zoom will pick up the correct mic. So that was the solution. All right, so let me go back to this. Maybe I should look at see if I can find the other thread that Monica was participating in before replying maybe it was this one. No. All right. I think it might be quicker if I look for it on my phone. Oh, it's the one started by Wayne Wilbur. Okay, maybe is it this? No, I guess he has multiple threads that he started. Oh, here's another one. Okay, it's probably this thread. Oh yeah, there she is. Monica is back in another thread. Here's another place where I'm noting someone doesn't sound like he wants a respectful exchange. That was because it sounded like he was being sarcastic here. Let's hear your brilliant wisdom here. You made a statement. Go ahead and support your assertions. And then he says, oh no, I do want a respectful exchange. You stated to Monica that you said something to her on another thread. I was interested in hearing what you said, but you didn't disclose to us on this thread what you said to her on the other thread, so let's hear your wisdom. Okay, well, you sound kind of sarcastic when you're saying, let's hear your brilliant wisdom. You could just ask me without any sarcasm if you want me to address something. Why? And then Monica comes back and she says, why are they unjust? If you answered, it's still not clear to me. Okay. Maybe I should just reply in the in the other thread. Gets a little confusing sometimes when the same person is in multiple multiple threads. Still haven't shaken this cough off. I'm relying on cough drops. Oh, Steven is here. He says, hi, Steven. He says, hi, Dan. Did anyone call in yet to test your system? Nope. Not yet. So if you want to call in, I welcome it. And we can just, we can test the system. All right. I guess in the meantime, I'm going to, I guess I'll go back to this thread here. See, I'm not sure I want to engage on the subject of immigration until I have more confidence that they want a respectful exchange. So maybe I should copy this sentence. And quote it back to her. Or maybe I could just quote that one word. Maybe I'll say, if you call my view asinine or maybe I could say if you call my view asinine, that makes me doubt you want a respectful exchange. Now she might say, well, I'm not saying you're asinine. I'm just saying if you think this, it's asinine. And maybe she's not getting correct what I think. Like maybe she's saying for you to think that it should be up to each individual citizen to manage the immigration policy, that is. That's asinine. Now, that's not what I think. I don't think each individual should be managing immigration policy. I think that's what she meant. Where was her? Let's see. Who am I? Yeah, Penny. This was her first comment in this thread. It was started by Monica. So maybe I could say, because she mentions immigration policy here. Do you think open borders will not affect your private property? I expect my government to protect my rights. And in doing so, that means having an immigration policy in place. For you to think that I think that she means the immigration policy should be up to each individual American to manage is asinine. Maybe that is asinine, but that's not what I think. So maybe instead of saying she's calling me asinine or it's not respectful to call me asinine, maybe I should just say that I don't think this thing that she thinks is asinine. Okay. Well, I'm not sure if that's a better reply, but I think that's what I'm going to go with, at least on this round. I might come back to the disrespectful issue later. But for at least this round, I think I'm going to say I don't think immigration policy should be up to each American citizen. But I do think people should be free. and the immigration policy I support is the one I think is consistent with freedom. Or I think maybe I should put it as, and I don't think the current immigration policy is consistent with freedom. She also, let me look at this part again. She says, is it just for a nation to have immigration laws? My answer is yes. How about you? Yeah. It's fine to have immigration laws, I guess, but maybe there wouldn't be many laws to have if you favor a what you might call open immigration system. It's just, people can come in as long as they're not physical threats. You don't need a whole body of regulations that makes it take years and thousands of dollars for people to come in. If yes, why? If no, why? All right, so maybe I'll say a little more here. I think people should be free to immigrate as long as they aren't initiating force against others. All right. Now she might say, well, if they're coming over with against our laws, they're initiating force, but I don't think they are. It's not like trespassing where you're going on someone's private property, because a country is not private property. This issue of private property often comes up in these discussions, and it came up in some of the other threads in this discussion. All right, I'm just going to go with that for now. All right, now, as for Monica, oh, Ghosty is here. Good evening. He says, hope you're doing well. Also, hoping things improve politically in Iran. at least to the extent that people there have any control over it. Yeah. I hope there's regime change to a better regime. Steven says he'll call in soon. And his client today got his citizenship. Nice. He bought me lunch and gave me a tip. Huh, nice. An act of benevolence on his part, perhaps. We were talking about benevolence in the last stream. By the way, just a reminder, I do have a super chat goal here. So if you want to help contribute to my goal of 5 super chats within 3 hours, we have 2 hours to go. Haven't gotten anything yet, but we still got a couple hours. So if you value the show and you want to help support my work here, you can do a super chat or a super sticker, anywhere from 99 cents up through $99 and beyond. Okay, Monica says, I think Penny does want to have a respectful exchange. It seems to me that you are the one getting upset because we don't agree with you. Smiley face. I don't have an issue with disagreement. I don't have a problem with disagreement. I have a problem when the disagreement, when the discussion becomes disrespectful. Well, maybe I'll stick with for instance, if I am called asinine, to link it back to something that was actually said. Oh, I forgot a word. I forgot a. Oh, and I also forgot a word here. I don't have a problem with disagreement. When I type fast, sometimes I forget words. Now she might say, well, I didn't call you asinine. I was just calling this position asinine. And I can say, I didn't say you called me asinine. I just said, if I am called asinine. It's in a hypothetical, if I am called asinine. But I start to wonder, sometimes it's not entirely clear what's going on. Is she actually calling me asinine or just calling some hypothetical position asinine, which I don't actually hold? For you to think this, I'm not saying you think this, but if you did think this, you're asinine. So it's just it was making me a little wary. Where are we going here? What? I'm not sure. I didn't say I'm certain she's being disrespectful, but when people start to use words like this, it starts to raise some yellow, if not orange or red flags. So I just want to put people on guard here. by saying something about the issue of respect. Sometimes people either start becoming more respectful once I say something like this, or they might get even worse. And it looks like maybe she's going to be a little more careful going forward. I'm not sure. But anyways, I wanted to at least flag the issue, because I enjoy the discussions much more if they are respectful. So I don't want to go down a disrespectful road. All right, I'm just going to say that. In reply to this comment from Monica, but there was another comment from Monica before that here. Which I might want to reply to. Oh, Nick. He did $1.99. Thank you, Nick. And Steven says, did you see your PayPal lately? Let me check it. I haven't looked at it since I started the live stream. Oh, you say you need to enter a meeting passcode on Zoom. I think I might have forgot to uncheck that box. Normally you don't need a passcode, but I think I forgot to set it so that you don't need a passcode today. Maybe I can fix that, or at least tell you what the passcode is. Okay, let me check my email to see if I see a PayPal, something from PayPal in there. Oh, nice. $50. Thank you, Stephen. Excellent. Okay, so I think that we've hit our goal now for the super chats. So that's great. So even though it says 0 out of 5 here, it's actually 5 out of 5, or maybe 6 out of 5, because Steven sent me $50 through PayPal, which has a lower rate than YouTube for the cut it takes out. YouTube takes out 30%. PayPal is just like 2 or 3%. So that's great. And then Nick did a super sticker. And YouTube only makes this go up if it's a super chat. So if you count Nick's super sticker as well as Steven's $50 PayPal, I'm going to count that as equivalent to 5 super chats. So excellent. We hit the goal. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. And you had $10 from the last time also still saved up, because last time you did a $50 contribution through PayPal, and I think you only used $40 worth of it for the questions that I answered during the stream. So you have a balance of $60 worth of super chat questions you can ask. All right, excellent. Okay, so you say you've given up trying to call in for now. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at Facebook for a while there, and I didn't see that you were trying to call in. But I'm going to go back to Zoom now and see if I can change the setting that requires a passcode. Let's see, where do I... Okay. All right, I'm going into my Zoom meetings. Where's the one for today? Why isn't it showing up? Seven three 7 1. That's the last 4 digits of the meeting ID. Maybe I need to start a new Zoom meeting. I don't know why, though. For some reason, I have a Zoom meeting going right now, but the place where I'm logged in on my Zoom account to find that meeting so I can change the settings of it, like whether it requires a passcode, that meeting is not showing up. So I can't get into it to change the settings of it, and I don't know why it's not displaying here. Okay, well, I think maybe what I'll do is just kill this meeting and start a new one in Zoom, and then make sure that I set it so that a passcode is not necessary. But since right now OBS is getting video from Zoom, I think I need to change it to a different scene. Anyway, for $20, says Steven, would you like to discuss the validity of the senses? Okay. Yeah, I would. Also, Light Wish 7 has just come in the chat and says genocide state versus theocracy. Okay, so it looks like you're smearing Israel there, calling it a genocide state, versus Iran, the theocracy. I think you're new here. So I want to take a look at your chat, your channel. Okay. Maybe we can talk some about that too. But first, I want to restart Zoom. But first, I want to change my scene there. You're going to notice the space like around my head. It's going to start to seem a little not quite as sharp. You're going to see some of the actual background filter through a little bit more when I switch to a different camera. You see that? It's not as smooth or sharp. That's because for some reason, I don't know, the zoom does a better job at filtering out the backgrounds. But since I'm going to close down Zoom for a minute and start up a new Zoom meeting, I switched over to this other camera for the time being. All right, hopefully this does not crash the stream. I'll start up a new stream if it does. But okay, I just closed Zoom. And hopefully I'm still going okay on YouTube. And now I'm going to create a new Zoom meeting. Oh, I think I have to create it a different way. Oops. I have to create it through the Zoom website, not the Zoom app, in order to be able to adjust all the settings. Okay, I have just unselected the passcode, so you should not need to put in a passcode once you call in. Sorry, I forgot to do that. And I'm going to have to put a new link in the chat to this new Zoom meeting. Okay. Start. Okay, I have a new Zoom meeting going now. And let me just copy the new meeting ID. And then actually let me first switch back over to the Zoom camera from OBS, and then the area around my head should start to seem a sharper background in a second. Okay, yeah, see how that looks better now? Okay, where's my... Oh, yes. Okay. Now I need to paste the meeting ID into the YouTube chat. Okay, I just put in a new chat to YouTube with the new link. So that one should work now, and you should not need to enter a passcode this time. So, Steven, if you want to try calling in again, or anybody, you can do it. Let me also pin that in the chat, and maybe delete the other one so you don't get confused on which is the correct. The correct link. Okay, I just pinned the new chat link. Tenebrous Scent asks Lightwish to define genocide. Tenebrous Scent, you're also new here. Hello. All right, so I guess I'll take a break from the Facebook comments since I've got some live chats here on YouTube to engage with. All right, so let me look at Steven's, since he did a super chat for $20. He says, for $20, would you like to discuss the validity of the senses? And then he says, I just read Peikoff's chapter on the senses. I don't understand his justification. Is it me or is it him? Not the whole chapter, just the first section of Opar, the necessary validity of the senses. It's just axiomatic. One part seems to be, well, everyone knows knowledge starts with the senses. Okay, and then there's a separate question here. All right, let me see what... It's now 2:39. I'm curious to see how much time I spend answering this or discussing this question. Let me just... I guess I could put it here. 2:39 p.m. Pacific. Actually, you know what I want to do? I want to bring up my notes page. And maybe that's a better place to write it. Chinatown Bus also is here. Is there truth that the U.S. is fighting this war in Iran on behalf of Israel? All right. We got some new people here today. Nice to see. Nice to see the stream is reaching some new people. Thanks for coming by. Okay, where's my notes page? Here we go. And I want to share this. So I need to go back to here. I'm going to title this March 3. See, does that gets covered? No, that's visible. Steven's super chat about the senses. So maybe I'll use this as a whiteboard, chalkboard, while I'm talking. And I can, oh yeah, and actually I should paste the, I can paste the chats here. Okay, see, these are all the relevant chats so far. And I'm starting, now it's 2:42. Oh yeah, 14 people here. That's nice. It's been a while since I hit those numbers. Thanks for coming by, everyone. It's now 2:43 Pacific. So we'll see how long I spend answering. But I invite people to keep chats on, keep coming in with other chats on other topics, and then I will get to those after I finish addressing this super chat. But if you keep them coming in, then that'll give me more material to engage with. Okay, so the validity of the senses. Stephen says, I don't understand his justification. OPAR is Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, by Dr. Leonard Peikoff, who was Ayn Rand's top student. He wrote a book explicating her entire philosophy. And chapter 2 of that book is called The Sense Perception and Volition. Oh, nice. Tenebris says, ciao for now. I subbed. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for coming by. And thanks for subscribing. Sense perception and volition. So I could open that up on my Kindle, actually, and share that on screen. Maybe I'll do that later. The necessary, so you were focused on the first section of that chapter. And then you say the necessary validity of the senses. I think it's the senses as necessarily valid is the way he phrases that, if I recall correctly. And then you say it's just axiomatic. One part seems to be, well, everyone knows knowledge starts with the senses. Okay. So what can we say about the validity of the senses? Are the senses valid? Well, some people will, like skeptics, will offer evidence that the senses can deceive us through, and they'll cite things like sensory illusions or so-called illusions. Like you look on on a hot day, you look at a road and it looks like it's shimmering in the distance, like it's kind of watery, or but there's not really water down the road. Or there's a bent stick in water, or it looks like a stick is bent, whereas you pull the stick out of the water and in fact it's straight. So are the senses deceiving us there? And these sorts of examples are given to show that the senses are not trustworthy. But is that the right conclusion to draw? And objectivism says no. The senses are necessarily valid. They have no power to invent or distort. Now, what can go wrong is our interpretation of what the senses, of the data of the senses, the information or the data that the senses are giving us. We can misinterpret that, but just the raw data itself, it can't be wrong. By what standard would it be wrong? I think that would involve a fallacy called rewriting reality. If you said, well, if my eyes really should tell me, it should make it appear that the the straight stick, when I put it in water, it should appear straight even when I put it in water. And the fact that it doesn't appear that way means that there's something gone wrong with my eyes. My eyes are deceiving me. But Ayn Rand says, no, that's not the right conclusion to draw. Actually, your senses are giving you additional information, namely that light travels at different rates through different media. But there's an implicit criticism of the senses when you say the senses are making things appear incorrectly. You're rewriting reality, in that you're saying the way reality should be is that no matter what the conditions are, no matter whether light is going through one media or multiple different media, it should always appear straight when you stick a straight object into these multiple media. But what's the basis for that? Why would you say reality always should appear a certain way? I don't think there is any basis for that. So to criticize implicitly, I mean, not that you're explicitly doing this, but by implication, you're criticizing reality in effect and saying, it should be this way, but in fact it's not, and there's some problem with reality. So what more can I say about this? The senses don't involve choice, and choice, like you open your eyes and you just see the world, and you don't have a choice about how that data appears to you. Right now, my eyes are open and I see a computer in front of me. I see a screen which is blue or bluish. And if I were colorblind, it might appear gray or more gray than it appears now. Instead of all the colors that I see now, red and blue, I see a little bit of orange in the avatar from Steve. A little bit of orange in there. But if I were colorblind, it would appear as just various shades of gray, I guess, like on a black and white TV, black, white, and gray. Now, neither of those is the correct way. If I were seeing things as just shades of gray, that doesn't mean I would be seeing things incorrectly. It would mean that I have less information, and you could say if I were colorblind, my senses give me less information than they would if I'm not colorblind. But that's not the same as wrong information, or that my senses are telling me something incorrect about the world. Gray is the way the world is, given your sensory apparatus. And orange and blue and red and all these colors, that is the way the world is, given my sensory apparatus. Different cause, different effect. So part of the way you perceive the way you perceive the world is partly a function of the way the world is, apart from the nature of your sensory apparatus. But it's also partly a function of the nature of your sensory apparatus, like whether you're colorblind or not. But neither of those is correct or incorrect. It's just that they give you different amounts of information. And you could say one is more helpful than the other. One gives you more information about the world. If you're not colorblind, you have more information, so that you could say it makes sense to restore color vision to someone if they are colorblind. And you could say it's a better survival. Your vision helps you survive if you do have color vision than if you don't, because you can get more information about reality. But that doesn't mean your senses are deceiving you or presenting things in a distorted way. It's just in a less helpful way. And mistakes only come in where there is choice, and that's the conceptual level. That's the volitional level. We have our faculties of reason, they operate volitionally, whereas the faculty of perception, which we have in common with the other animals, like by the faculty of perception, I mean our five senses: sight, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching. We don't have a choice about how those operate. Like, I can't choose to see this blue on my screen as being pink or polka dotted purple or something. It has to appear the way it does, just given the nature of my sensory apparatus. There's no power to invent or distort that I have. I can't make it appear pink or any other color than the way it is. So where there is no choice, there's no possibility of doing something wrongly. But if choice is involved, then you can make wrong choices about things. Like, you can conceptualize things in a wrong way. Like, if you think Israel is committing genocide, I would say that's a misconceptualization. You're grouping under the concept of genocidal nation a nation which I think is not in fact genocidal. So you've either misunderstood what a genocide is, or you do understand what a genocide is, but you don't know the facts about Israel, so that you incorrectly classify it as a genocidal nation when in fact it's not. So that level, that's the conceptual level. You don't just see with your eyes like a baby, right? A baby can see everything that you see as an adult. And if you take a baby to Israel, or just let it watch the news on TV about Israel from anywhere in the news, it's going to see some color and hear some sounds, but it's not going to know how to process any of that. But as an adult, you have developed many concepts over your life, and there's many opportunities for error along the way, and you can misclassify things, do things wrongly, incorrectly, and that's when mistakes can creep in. But just on the level of the senses themselves, if you imagine the sort of level that a baby or an infant is at, there's no mistake there. There's no possibility of error there. Again, there's more and less information that the senses could give you, like if the baby is colorblind versus having color vision, but neither of those is correct or incorrect. It's just that one is more or less helpful than the other. Okay. Steven says, I thought I called in on Zoom and I was waiting for a while. Let me take a look at Zoom. I don't see any calls in the waiting room now. But if you just mean you called in before, I didn't check Zoom around the time when you first said you called in. So I don't know if you tried to call in again. But I can do a little test call here myself. On Zoom. Actually, I'm curious to see what happens if I just click this link from my phone. And I can talk more about the senses in a minute, but let me just click this link and see what happens. Oh, okay. Well, maybe, actually, instead of doing that, I'm going to try to call the phone number. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Six 444 9171. I'm going to turn this screen off of me for a second. Oh, I just see Steven is he's in the waiting room on Zoom right now. So I canceled my call so I can get to his call. Okay, just a second, Steven. All right. Hello. Hi, Steven. Yeah, I'm glad you got through. Let me go back to OBS and make sure that it's coming through there. And all right, good. It looks like your name shows up, and let me also make sure that your audio is showing up. Just a second. There's a little delay here on my phone. All right. Hello. Hi, Steven. Yeah, I'm glad you got through. Let me go back to OBS and make sure that it's coming through there. And all right, good. It looks like your name shows up, and let me also make sure that your audio is showing up. Just a second. I didn't hear you yet. Let me. Okay, hold on a second. I think I might have to. Okay, can you say something now?
Hello? You want to keep talking about sense perception or?
Okay, yeah, just hold on. Let me make sure your voice is coming through. I didn't hear you yet. Let me. Okay, hold on a second. I think I might have to. Okay, Can you say something now?
Hello? You want to keep talking about sense perception?
Or... Okay, yeah. Just hold. All right, it's working now. I just heard it through my phone, which means the audio is coming through. Just wanted to confirm that, make sure everybody can hear that. Great. Okay, yeah, we can talk. I see your last chat was what does Peikoff mean by valid? He seems to be saying that the eyes don't miss any datum. And Nick says, yes, we can hear him. Okay, good stuff. Yeah, so we can start with that last chat, or if you want to start with something else now that you're here on the line, we can do that as well. Where would you like to start?
Might as well keep talking about sense perception.
Okay.
I don't know why this section seems complicated to me. I guess I'm supposed to see. Yeah, if I can't argue against sense perception because I need to rely on it or something of that nature.
Yeah, there is that aspect of it. It's the base of all knowledge. So if you're going to argue against something, well, arguments are made up of thoughts, and ultimately thoughts are based on sensory contact with the world. Where else do your thoughts come from? Now, if you're a rationalist like Plato, you might think that you come into the world with thoughts prior to having had any sensory contact with it. But if you're an empiricist, which Ayn Rand is, now there are different sorts of empiricists, Aristotle, David Hume, but they're very different kinds of empiricists. But what's in common between all of them is that they think knowledge begins with the sensory level, and concepts build and language builds on top of that. So if you're going to make an argument for something like the invalidity of the senses, then you're sort of building on the only possible foundation for any argument is sense perception. So there's something self-refuting about arguing against sense perception, since arguments are ultimately based on sense perception. You would be arguing against your own base, implicitly at least. So the argument is self-refuting in that sort of way. Is that clear, or no? Can you? Oh, you disappeared from the call. I don't know what happened, but Stephen is no longer in the Zoom call. Maybe he accidentally hung up or lost phone reception. Okay, well, hopefully he can call back in, or maybe at least continue from the chat. All right, let's see. Is there anything else I should say now about the senses? There's another chat from Stephen I could put on screen here. Related to the topic of the senses. He says, what does Peikoff mean by valid? He seems to be saying that the eyes don't miss any datum. So I don't think it's that the eyes don't miss anything. Like there can be different amounts of information. Like I was saying with the colorblind case, you could say that the eyes are missing some information that the eyes of a person who does have color vision is not missing. But that's whether you have more or less information isn't an issue of whether it's valid, that the information that you do have, however much that is valid. So it's, I think to say these senses are valid is not to say the eyes don't miss anything. It's that whatever data they do give you is awareness of reality. It's not just an awareness of an illusion of something that's not really real. You are aware of reality. I think that's all it means to say that the senses are valid. They give you contact with reality. Maybe less in some cases than in other cases, less in a colorblind case than in a color vision case, but they both give you contact with reality. So those would be different forms of perception. There's a form-object distinction that is made in the objectivist literature. So the object of perception might be the same. Like if a colorblind person were looking at this computer screen that I'm looking at, they would be looking at the same object, but that object would appear to them in a different form than the form that it appears to me in. So the form in which I perceive this computer is such that I am aware of blue and red and some orange, but the form in which a colorblind person perceives the same object is different. That person will just see different shades of gray. So they're perceiving the same object in a different form. Each form is valid in the sense that they're both forms of awareness of reality. Neither are just perceiving an illusion or in a mistaken way. They're just perceiving in a different way. And to take a more radical example, you could imagine someone who is totally blind, right? Not just colorblind, but totally blind. That person, the way they perceive reality is going to be through touch and hearing. I mean, they have the other senses, but they don't have the sense of vision. So they're missing more data, you might say, than a colorblind person is. They don't have any vision at all. But their senses are still valid. They're still aware of reality, not just of some illusion, but in a different form. They have fewer forms of awareness available to them. They only have a tactile form and an auditory form and, the other senses, but they don't have the visual form of being aware of one and the same object or one and the same world that a sighted person is aware of. Okay. Does that make sense, or does that help at all, Stephen? This is an awesome topic, says Simon. I'm glad you think so. I haven't talked a lot about the sense perception level. So good to cover it some now. Steven says, it turns out my phone couldn't sustain my Zoom call because it's overheated. Oh, okay. And then he says, yeah, I like your answer. All right. Good. So is that $20 worth? Or do you want me to say more? Anything else about it you want me to address? See, I started at 2:43, and it's now 3:11. So that's about close to half an hour. But there were some interruptions in there, so it wasn't continuously on the senses. Um, Maybe it was about 20 minutes. But if there's anything else about the senses that you would like me to discuss, I can say a little more. Thanks for the feedback. My phone once overheated when I was doing a live debate with someone, and I I had to put my phone in the freezer for a few minutes to cool it down, and then I got it back out, and then I was able to rejoin the debate. So I understand that happens. I'm glad that we at least got to test out the call, so that was good. Thanks for calling in, and yeah, let me know if there's anything else about the senses you want me to address. Okay, well, let me look at some of these other chats that have come in. I gave that one on the senses priority because Stephen attached money to it. Oh, let me also keep track of the amount here. Stephen has a balance here because he did $50 last time and $50 this time. And he still has $10 on his balance from last time. And I think he said the question he asked today was $20. So if he used up the 10 from last time, and then the remaining 10 is what he's used so far today, then he still has $40 on his balance. So if that sounds right or wrong, you can let me know in the chat. But yeah, just let me know in the chat if you want to say anything about that. Okay. Maybe my title helped because I think I've had more people coming by today than usual. Those are all the people coming by. See that there were 84 people in the first hour, 64 in the second hour, and so far in this hour, 14. And usually these numbers are significantly lower, like maybe around 30 per hour, 30 to 50, somewhere in there. But there have been a lot more than that. So maybe my title is helping to generate more interest. And there's been some talk about Israel in the chat. So let me come back to some of these chats. But I do give priority to super chats. That's why I jumped over to the topic of the senses. Thanks, Steve, for asking that super chat question. I noticed that people have a difficult time distinguishing between raw data and conceptual data, says Simon. That is an important distinction. And they happen simultaneously right now as an adult. You have all kinds of conceptual data, that is data beyond what you get just as a infant. You've learned all kinds of words, and you've combined them into thoughts, and you carry all that around with you in your consciousness simultaneously to perceiving the world with your senses. And sometimes it takes some work to isolate that out and um, not read into the sensory or perceptual level something that is conceptual. Okay, so let's see what else was in here. There was this one from Chinatown. Is there truth that the U.S. is fighting this war in Iran on behalf of Israel? Well, I don't know what Trump has said about the motivation. I did watch his 8-minute speech on I guess it was the first night that the war started. And he talked about the long train of abuses by Iran, like for 47 years since the hostage taking back in 1979. Iran has been a threat to the United States, and more than just a threat. I mean, actually killing people, like in the Beirut bombing of 1980 something, and also in the USS Cole bombing, I think he mentioned. And then they also fund proxy groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, which I guess they more target Israel than America, but I don't know. Maybe they've also killed some Americans. I'm not sure, but in any case, and they chant death to America. I do think Iran is a threat to the United States and deserves to be attacked. That is, its theocratic government deserves to be toppled. And I would hope that's the reason that the U.S. is the primary reason the U.S. is participating in this war. Now, it should be done through congressional approval. But I do think there are grounds for the U.S. to attack Iran, and it shouldn't be just attacking Iran on behalf of Israel. It might be reasonable to fight on behalf of an ally, but ultimately it's because it benefits the United States. That should ultimately be the reason that the United States participates in this war. All right, so we got 7 likes on the stream. Thank you for those. The classic example of why people might be skeptical of the senses is the pen in water and it looks bent. The main reason I would question the validity of the senses is because we get old and our senses get more and more out of whack. So there's no point at which they become invalid, says Stephen. I like that expression. Out of whack, says Stephen. That's a good question. Right. There's no point at which they become invalid. They might become less helpful, less useful. But that doesn't mean invalid. Like, imagine different amounts of information you could get about some topic. Like, from, let's say on Wikipedia, there's an article about Christopher Columbus, and that gives you less information. And just assume it's all true, and that gives you less information than reading an entire book. Maybe the article on Wikipedia, you could read it in a couple hours, and then you could look into it further if you check a book out of the library, and maybe that takes you several days to read. It gives you a lot more information. But let's say that everything in that book is also true. Would you say that the Wikipedia article is invalid, or does it just give you less information? I think it just gives you less information. It's all true. In this hypothetical, at least, it's giving you facts about the world, just not as many facts as you would get if you read an entire book. And to go with your example of someone getting old, their senses might give them less information about the world, just as the Wikipedia article gives you less information about the world than does an entire book. But that doesn't mean they're out of whack. It just means they're giving you less information. But it's still information about reality. What would be an example of the senses becoming... Okay, I see you say, if drugs can make you see things that don't exist, how about a permanent condition for some people? So hallucination sounds like that's what you're talking about there with drugs. Now, that's not perception. Perception is when there's some stimulus from the external world, which is making contact with your senses through light waves or sound waves or chemicals, like if you're smelling. Something in the external world which is causing you to be aware of something. But drugs is not something in the external world impinging upon your sense organs and then causing you to have a perception. It's you've ingested some chemicals, and then those are having an effect on your brain, which is causing you to be conscious of pink elephants, to give a classic example of something you might hallucinate, or whatever. But that's a different sort of process. Hallucination is not the same thing as perception. The causal mechanism that gives rise to whatever it is that you're aware of is different. And you are aware of something that exists, even if you're hallucinating. It's just you're aware of it in an unusual form. Like, I guess if you're if some chemicals that you've ingested are causing you to hallucinate pink elephants, maybe you're... Well, I'm not sure if it would be right to say you're aware of those chemicals in the form of pink elephants, or if there's some other way that should be described. But there's something you're aware of. It's not that you're... How did you put it? You're the things you see don't exist. They don't exist in the external world. Like, there aren't pink elephants out in the world. They're only in your consciousness. But they are at least there. So they do exist, but only in your consciousness. The pink elephants. They don't exist in the external world. The chemicals that make you hallucinate the pink elephants, they exist in the external world, you might call it. But the pink elephants don't. But they do exist in your consciousness. How about a permanent condition for some people? Permanently hallucinating? Is that the idea? Well, let me read these others. Simon says, the senses only provide you with information. Having your eyes have poor eyesight doesn't mean that the information is incorrect. It's just harder for you to acquire the information. Yeah, that's right. Like maybe you get old and your vision becomes blurry. Like if I take my glasses off right now, I cannot read the chat anymore. It's blurry. And maybe this also happens just with age, when you get old. So it's not very helpful. It's not as helpful to me as if I had 20/20 vision. I guess that's what they call it, when everything is clear, even without glasses. But I'm not seeing the world incorrectly right now. It's not like I should be seeing it clear. No, given the way my eyes are, I should be seeing it just as I am seeing it. It's not very helpful, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. I'm still having contact with reality. It's just not as helpful a form of contact as it is if I do have glasses. Which is why it's great if you can restore people's vision. Like if they're blind, restore it so that they have vision, and even if they have vision but it's blurry, but if you can correct it through glasses or laser vision, laser surgery, that's good if you can give people more information. But that doesn't mean it's you're making their vision more correct. It's just it's more helpful. Just like with the Wikipedia article versus the book. Giving someone the book about Christopher Columbus is more helpful. It might be more helpful, more useful, but it doesn't mean the Wikipedia article is wrong. It's just less informative. Drugs don't alter what the eyes are seeing. Drugs alter the way the brain interprets that data, says Simon. Yeah, I think that's right. Well, even the brain, is the brain interpreting it or is the mind interpreting it? You might think that technically the brain, if you think of that as a physical organ, it's not interpreting anything. If interpretation is something that a mind does or a consciousness does, whereas the brain, you might say it's processing data, but it doesn't interpret it. Interpretation is something that the mind does, or that consciousness does. But you also might think that interpretation, strictly speaking, is something that happens on the conceptual level, not on the perceptual level. So maybe drugs affect the way data is presented, but not the way data is interpreted. So if you hallucinate something, the way that sensory data is presented to your consciousness is different than if you're not taking drugs. But I don't know that I would say it's interpreted differently. It's presented differently, because interpretation is something that happens on the conceptual level, which isn't really involved if we're just talking about hallucination. Like a baby might take, or a toddler could take drugs and start hallucinating things. And maybe it hasn't developed any concepts, any ability to interpret things, but it might still have the hallucinations. Gene is here. Hello. Yeah, permanently hallucinating, says Steven. So that goes back to this chat. Was it this one? Oh, yeah, permanent condition. If drugs can make you see things that don't exist, how about a permanent condition for some people? Like, are you asking if that's possible? Could you just be permanently hallucinating? Well, I guess you could give a toddler drugs from day one, or maybe even when it's still in the womb. If the mother takes drugs, I don't know if that would cause the fetus to hallucinate, or, but let's just say once it's been born, if you start giving it drugs, put drugs in the mother's milk and feed it that from day one. So could something hallucinate for its entire life? I've never thought about this, but is that the sort of thing you're asking about? If that's possible? Let's say it is possible. What significance would that have? To identify something as a hallucination, you need to contrast it with something that is not a hallucination. Otherwise, I think there might be a stolen concept involved. Like, hallucination is a departure from normal perception. So if you have no concept of normal perception, then you can have no concept of a departure from normal perception. So it couldn't be that everything for everyone is a hallucination. You might think for a given individual, we might try to imagine a thought experiment where that one individual is always hallucinating. I'm not sure how coherent that is, though. Like, through every sense organ are they hallucinating, or just through sight? Maybe even if they're hallucinating in one way, like they're having visions of pink elephants or hallucinations of pink elephants, but maybe with their sense of touch, they're not hallucinating. They still have contact with the world that way. But I'm not sure what you're imagining. So, like, Stephen, are you imagining someone is hallucinating from birth and always hallucinates thereafter? If so, what's the issue then? Like, is that possible? Is there a question there, or what? We all notice optical illusions, says Gene. It's on us to gather more information to be sure we're actually seeing what we think we see. And we have to use perception in order to understand what's going on in the illusions. Like, if we're considering the straight stick in water, and it appears bent in water, and then we pull it out and see that it appears straight. Well, which one do we trust? How do we know? Should we say it's really straight, but it appears bent when it's in the water? Or should we say it's really bent, but it appears straight when we have it just in the air? Like, which one should we privilege and why? Which one is it really? But in either case, whether we're looking at it out of the water or looking at it partially in the water, we're using our senses. So we can't get away from using our senses, but we have to use our conceptual faculty, our minds, to interpret what's going on in the two cases. Kickstarter a new game show called Drug Baby, says Gene. If someone has a brain condition that presents every straight stick comes to his mind looking like a coiled snake, would his senses be valid? Yes, says Simon, and I agree. And then Simon says the senses only provide you with the information about the thing. The brain is misrepresenting the information due to the defects. I'm a little wary of agreeing with this last part. The brain is misrepresenting, because that sounds too active to me. Because the brain doesn't make choices. The mind makes choices. Now, if you're a monist, if you think there's one thing, the brain and the mind, they're not two separate things, you might think, well, the brain does make choices. I'm not a monist. I'm not a materialist or physicalist. I don't think the mind and the brain are the same thing. So as I was saying before, I think interpreting is something that the mind does. I think misrepresenting is also something that the mind does. I don't think that's something that the senses or the brain do. So I would say the brain and the senses might present things in a certain way. Hold on, I got to plug in my laptop. Battery's getting low. All right. The brain or the senses are presenting things in a certain way, but I wouldn't say it's misrepresenting. Like they're making a mistake or doing something wrong. They're doing something that's making it harder for you to deal with reality. But you're not perceiving reality wrongly. You're just perceiving reality in an unhelpful way. I mean, maybe in a loose sense you could say you're perceiving things wrongly, like not in the way they should. But I think that's just strictly speaking, you're not perceiving things wrongly if you perceive what you normally perceive as straight as a coil. All right. Here's another $10 for $10. Steven says, do you like Peikoff's treatment on the bottom of page 25 of OPAR? He says facts of reality must be taken with a nod of acquiescence. I think maybe he departs from presenting philosophy there There are many ways to process reality, so it's untrue. How we process reality is irrelevant, and he doesn't prove why his approach is the best way. All right, yeah, I can look into that for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Just well, since you mentioned page 25 of Opar, let me actually bring that up. Let me share my Kindle. Okay, so this is the book we're talking about. Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand by Leonard Peikoff. Ayn Rand's top student for decades. And this was published in 1991, almost a decade after Ayn Rand died. And it covers the entirety of her philosophy. And right now, we're talking about material from chapter 2, which is titled Sense Perception and Volition. And I want to find page 25 of that. Let's see, is this going to give page numbers? Oh, yeah, it says page 37. Oh, so you're asking about something in chapter 1? Page 25, okay. Facts of reality must be taken with a nod of acquiescence. Oh, on the section on the metaphysical and the man-made, okay. The metaphysically given as absolute. All right. So this is page 23. '24, 25. All right, so where's that line you were quoting? See, the pages on Kindle don't necessarily line up with the pages in a book because I just went forward one and I'm still on page 25 according to this. Oh, yeah, here it is. Metaphysically given facts are reality. As such, they are not subject to anyone's appraisal. They must be accepted without evaluation. So for anyone who's new to this topic, there's a distinction that Ayn Rand makes between the metaphysically given and the man-made. And the distinction is that the one involves human choice and the other does not. So what is a metaphysically given fact? Well, it's a metaphysically given fact that if you put your hand on a hot stove, you're going to feel pain. You don't have, that's not up to your choice. You just automatically, given the nature of reality, you experience pain. So that would be a metaphysically given fact. What's a man-made fact? Well, anything that involves choice. So let's say you have a choice about whether to protect your child from putting his hand on a hot stove. So maybe you could, it's up to you to choose whether you monitor your child, and if you have a child, and keep them away from that hot stove, or not. You just let them wander around, or let her wander around the house on her own and maybe touch a hot stove, maybe not. Now that is open to your choice. That's not a metaphysically given fact, whether you let your child wander around. That's a man-made fact. That's something that you can affect. So that distinction is what Leonard Peikoff is discussing in this section of the book. And he says, metaphysically given facts are reality. As such, they are not subject to anyone's appraisal. They must be accepted without evaluation. Facts of like the fact that when you put your hand on a hot stove, you feel pain. He's saying that must be accepted without evaluation. Like, it doesn't make sense to say that fact is good or bad. It just is. Now, what you do about that, like, you might say it's good or bad that someone lets his child run around in the presence of hot stoves. You can evaluate that, but just the metaphysical fact that if you put your hand on a hot stove, you'll feel pain, that has to be accepted without evaluation. Okay, but continuing, he says, facts of reality must be greeted not by approval or condemnation, praise or blame, but by a silent nod of acquiescence. And that was the part Stephen quoted. A silent nod of acquiescence amounting to the affirmation, they are, were, will be, and have to be. And let me read this paragraph from Ayn Rand. The metaphysically given, writes Ayn Rand, cannot be true or false. It simply is. And man determines the truth or falsehood of his judgments by whether they correspond to or contradict the facts of reality. The metaphysically given cannot be right or wrong. It is the standard of right or wrong by which a rational man judges his goals, his values, his choices. Okay. So let me go back to what Stephen said in the chat. You say, oh, I guess I should bring this up on the screen. You say, I think maybe he departs from presenting philosophy there. There are many ways to process reality, so it's untrue. How we process reality is irrelevant. And he doesn't prove why his approach is the best way. But I've also heard he's quoting the man-made and the metaphysical, which I do like a lot. Yes, chapter 1. Okay. I like his treatment there and Ayn Rand's. I don't see a problem with it. You say there are many ways to process reality. Well, I mean, you can process, for example, the current war in Iran differently. Some people would say it's bad. United States should not be attacking Iran. Other people think it's good. The U.S. should be attacking Iran. So different people are processing the war in different ways. But, and I think you can say, well, they can't, if they're contradictory, they can't both be right. At least one of them has to be processing the war incorrectly. But that's all within the realm of the man-made. Like, if you're evaluating the war as good or bad for the U.S. to be involved in, that involves choice. And it makes sense to evaluate that. You can say, no, we should be in this war, and you're making this mistake in your reasoning, which is leading you to think we should not be in the war. Maybe because you're a pacifist. Maybe you're a Christian pacifist, and that's your reason for thinking it's bad for the U.S. to be involved in the war. We should just turn the other cheek, and we should love our enemies. Now, I think that's a mistaken view. We shouldn't love our enemies. We shouldn't be pacifist. But these ideas that it's good to love your enemy or it's good to be a pacifist, these involve human choices. So we don't. It's not inherent in the nature of reality that we have to engage in some war. We could choose not to, and is that a good choice? Well, that's open to debate. But something metaphysically given would be like something relating to the war. It's a metaphysically given fact that if you drop a bomb on a person, it will kill that person. Or if you drop a bomb on a building, it will make that building, it will destroy that building. And that's unjudgeable. Just the fact that that happens. Now, you can say it's bad to choose to drop the bomb on the person or on the building. You can judge that choice, but just the fact that if you drop a bomb on a building, it explodes the building or it kills the person, that's not something open to judgment. I think that's the point Ayn Rand and Leonard Peikoff are making. How about a child learning that a squid has 10 legs with excitement? Why not greet the facts of reality with the excitement of a child? Says Stephen. I don't have any problem greeting facts, at least certain facts, with the excitement of a child. I mean, some facts are depressing, like depending on what implications they have for your values. Like, if let's say you have family in Iran, and they are innocents caught in the crossfire. And you find out, like, let's say tragically, your family is killed by the U.S. or by Israel dropping a bomb, and Israel or the U.S. is, let's say, not trying to kill innocents; they're trying to destroy the theocratic regime. So, now, should you greet the fact that your family was killed with the excitement of a child? No, I think you would be horrified, right? At least in the normal case. So, but maybe other facts, it does make sense to greet with the excitement of a child. So, or maybe some facts are kind of neutral. Like if I tell you, right now we're in the month of March. Does it make sense to greet that with excitement or with horror, or neither? Is it just a pretty uninteresting fact that doesn't elicit much emotional reaction one way or the other? I think there's a range of facts which, depending on their nature, reasonably elicit very different types of responses. My AirPod just died. Let me get my other one in. Not that I really need it now, because there's no I just checked my sound settings and I see that I had to reselect my podcast mic. I guess once I switch my AirPods, it thinks that I'm switching mics. So I have to manually tell it to go back to my podcast mic. Okay. Maybe in a general kind of way, it makes sense to greet the facts of reality with the excitement of a child, but certainly not in every case. I mean, there can be depressing facts. But in general, I think it's good if you're excited about being alive and learning new things. Oh, I see. I think I see what you're getting at. Like, um, if the metaphysically given is unjudgeable and just has to be accepted with a silent nod of acquiescence, then you're thinking of that as um, not greeting the facts with the excitement of a child. Okay, I think I see what you're getting at. Um, I see somebody else just came in with a casualty count. Maybe I'll get that to that in a minute. And Robert is here. Hello. Um, Uh-oh, it says my Zoom meeting is about to end. All right, hopefully that doesn't crash my stream. I was worried this might have happened last time. But it gives me an option to say keep meeting active, which I just selected. I don't know why it did that though, because I set the meeting in Zoom up to be like 11 hours or something to make sure I'm not going to run out of time. But I don't think the length of time even should matter. Like I thought it would just keep going until I manually told it to stop, but maybe not. Anyways, I don't think that's going to kill my stream. Last time my stream ended abruptly before I was ready for it to end, and I don't know why it did that. Hopefully that doesn't happen today. If it does, maybe I'll start a new stream, but my guess is that's not going to happen. I mean, you might greet the facts of reality with excitement, thinking like, oh, there's so much I could do. There's so much possible, so much success and joy and happiness possible in this world, and therefore I'm excited about this world. Um, but I think that's maybe a somewhat different issue than Dr. Peikoff is addressing when he says the metaphysically given should be greeted with a silent nod of affirmation and that they're not subject to evaluation. And you give this example of a squid having 10 legs. I don't know if they actually do. Do you mean tentacles? Because I thought squids did not have legs, but they have tentacles, right? Um, how about a child learning that a squid has 10 legs with excitement? I think that's fine. But is that the same as judging that it's a good thing that they have 10 legs? I don't think that's what the child is doing. Um, and that's what it would be a mistake to do, to think that it's like, I mean, maybe there's a context where you could be glad that squids have 10 legs. I don't know what it would be. I don't know. Maybe you could train a squid to do something, using its tentacles, and um, like wash dishes. I don't know. Let's just imagine you can train a squid to wash dishes, and you have 10 dishes that need to be washed. So now it can wash the dishes much quicker, since it has 10 legs than if it only had 3 legs or 4 legs. Um, but then you're judging it as good that it has 10 legs in relation to a specific purpose that you as a human being have, namely that you have some chore like washing the dishes. And this, now you're in the realm of choice, right? Things you choose certain ultimately you choose your obligations, right? There's no unchosen obligations according to objectivism. If you want to have a well-kept house, that might involve having clean dishes, and but this is a choice you make about how you live your life. And so relative to your choices, you might be excited and pleased to know that your pet squid, if you had one, has 10 legs. But then you're judging it positively relative to some choice that you've made. You're not just judging it on its own apart from choices, just as the metaphysical fact that this squid has 10 legs. That in itself, apart from any choices, isn't what's leading to the excitement. And I think that's what Rand and Peikoff are getting at. Just the metaphysically given facts on their own, apart from any choices, are unjudgeable. They just are. They're not good or bad. They just are. So you can greet it with excitement given some choice that you've made. At least that's one example of why you might be excited to learn that squids have 10 legs. Maybe there are other examples. Okay. Well, maybe I could say more than that, but I want to read some of these other chats. All right. I see we got some new people here. So there was Mayoli 8434 who said 500 plus dead Americans and counting. Is that true? What's your source? I haven't been following this today, at least not closely. So I don't have my own view on that. On how many casualties there has been. There's also some chats here from Robert. Oh, Jason is here as well. Hello. Shayhop says Israel is the aggressors always. All right. I think that's not true. I think they are usually fighting in self-defense. Am I still? Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm showing the chat now. By the way, if you're new here and you like this content, maybe you want to subscribe. If you want to help the channel grow, that would be great. Always looking to grow the channel and get more likes on the stream. Thanks for the likes. I'm up to 8 likes now. All right, let me read some more of these chats and then decide which one I want to focus on. I was spending some time more on Steven's because he asked super chat. Was that $10 worth? I hope that was $10 worth because I think you said you wanted to put $10 towards that issue of metaphysical versus the man-made. I'm just making a note about that. How much super chat money you have left on your balance. All right. So I think, according to my calculation, you've got $30 left of super chats, Stephen. So you can let me know if that sounds right or wrong to you. Let's see. How much time do I have left on the... Oh, 3 minutes left. Less than 3 minutes. All right. If anyone else wants to help me exceed the goal, you can chip in now, either through a super chat or a super sticker. And then maybe I'll start a new goal after this timer goes down to 0. But I take the goal here as having been met, because even though it says 0 out of 5 here, because Nick did a super sticker and YouTube doesn't count the super stickers. It only counts the super chats, but I count the super stickers. And Steven did $50 through PayPal. So if you send money through PayPal or Patreon, it's not going to be reflected here, but I count it towards this goal. All right. I advise you not to mix up the primacy of existence and the validity of the senses with values and emotions, says Robert. Each have their place, but Dr. Peikoff is only addressing the first two in the first chapter of Opar. He will address the latter two in the appropriate context, primarily, though not exclusively, in discussing ethics. Jason says, I'm dropping by, but it's 1 a.m. in Prague. I've been very busy. All right. Thanks for dropping by, Jason. Yeah, Jason has a tiki bar that he runs or helps to run in Prague, Czech Republic. 10 things, not sure if they're all tentacles or what. Says Steven. I guess he's saying I'm excited to learn that a squid has 10 tentacles. I never knew that before. Yeah. Maybe he's judging that. Maybe he's excited that, oh, now I know something new. So I have my awareness of reality is greater than it was before. And he can carry that knowledge forward with him in his life. So maybe that feeds into his the pleasure he gets from learning this fact. But if that's what's happening, it's because it enables him to live a better life. But it's not the fact itself, apart from his choice to live and pursue happiness, that is causing his excitement. The fact itself is not a positive, But what that fact enables him to do in his life, I think, is what reasonably leads to his excitement. It gives him a greater command over reality. Knowledge is power, said Francis Bacon. It allows him to do more things. I mean, this particular fact, it might not be clear what it enables, but somehow I think it has an effect on his life. And that is what accounts for the positive feeling he has from learning it. It's not just the fact itself apart from his life that is positive. Hello all, says Robert, just listening in while preparing dinner. We'll have to rewind to hear the show open. Curious to hear how current events were discussed. Have a fine evening all. All right, thanks for coming by, Robert. Have a nice dinner. I didn't say a lot at the beginning. It was mainly a show title that I thought was relevant to what's going on in the world, and I talked a little bit about it. Yeah, I haven't talked a lot about it. Maybe we'll talk more about it going forward. Choice is not necessary for excitement, but the point is, first you perceive reality, and you do so directly, and then you should apprehend the facts without denying or evading them. Well, I think you're right that choice is not necessary for excitement. Like an animal can be excited by something, but I don't think an animal has choice. But it is conscious, though. Plants don't get excited. You have to have at least consciousness to be excited. But maybe I did say something wrong if I said that excitement is connected to the fact of choice somehow, like the child's choice to live. And apart from that choice, he wouldn't experience excitement about learning that a squid has 10 tentacles. So maybe I said something incorrect. So if I said or implied that choice is necessary for excitement, yeah, I think that would be incorrect. Maybe it is related to excitement, but not in exactly the way I said before. Let me just read that again from Robert. He says, the point is, first you perceive reality, and you do so directly, and then you should apprehend the facts without denying or evading them. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know if I think it can be a little tricky to explain exactly the way in which the metaphysically given should be accepted with a silent nod of acquiescence and is not properly subject to evaluation in the way that man-made facts are. And maybe I made some mistake in trying to explain the difference. But anyways, I gave it a shot, and that was at least my first attempt at it. I think that's the first time I get this sort of question on my live stream. But if you want to follow up on any of that, Stephen or anybody else, feel free. If you think I got something wrong, feel free to let me know, and I can try to say more. And then Florida Nick, says, wow, if Twitter is correct, one of the American soldiers killed was from a city next to the one I live in. Oh, that's too bad. I mean, whatever city he was from, but I guess it hits a little closer to home when it's from a city right next to you. And only 1 year older than you. Yeah, war is tragic, a cause of many tragedies. But hopefully there's a good outcome in the end. All right. So, what should we talk about next? Looks like there are some anti-Israel people. Shahab, I don't know if he's still here. We could debate. Actually, I'm curious to Google how many people have died, or how many Americans have died. In the war on Iran. Somebody in the chat said 500 plus Americans died. Where was that? Yeah. Somebody said 500 plus dead Americans. Here's something from NPR that says 6 U.S. soldiers have been killed as the war with Iran further engulfs the region. That's much less than 500. So where's 500 coming from? Here's something from from 1 hour ago from CBS News. It says 6 American service members have been killed. USA Today has an article from 6 hours ago that says Iran death toll so far, 6 U.S. service members killed. So where is this 500 plus number coming from? Is that just made up? Or what? All right, so I think I'm caught up on the chat. Are there any chats I haven't addressed yet? If you're still here, if you made a chat earlier and I haven't addressed it, you can let me know, and I can address it now. But I think I've addressed all the ones I've seen at least a little bit so far. Now's a good time to raise a topic or ask a question because you don't have any competition. Steven just came in with another super chat for $10. Do you think a sense of humor is a value for most people? All right, let me go back to your. So now I think that would be $20 left on your balance after this one. Thanks for your question. And are there things we should universally find funny? Do I think it's value? Okay, you agree $20 left after this. Okay, good. Glad we're on the same page. Thanks for your question. Is it a value for most people? I think, yeah, I think most people value a sense of humor. I think they value it in different amounts. For some people, it's a larger value than it is for other people. But I think most people value it at least in some degree. Like for Ayn Rand, I don't think it was a major value, but I think it was a value. There is humor in her novels. It's not constant humor. I mean, it's not like a comedy um, where it's just laugh after laugh. And I think she's writing about serious things, so I don't think it would be appropriate for it to be constant um, laughter and jokes. But there are definitely humorous moments. And how does the Fountainhead start? Howard Rourke laughs. Now he might be laughing out of a sense of joy rather than like at I don't. It's not like a funny joke he's laughing at. um, you can laugh for different reasons, but there are jokes and funny events in her novels, but they're not a major part of her novels. Um, but if you're a comedian, or if you like to watch comedians, then maybe a sense of humor plays a much larger role in your life than it does for other people, like Ayn Rand. Um, but I think it's just a difference in degree. Um, are there things we should universally find funny? Universally. Maybe. Like if you have rational values, then maybe everyone who has rational values should find certain things funny. Um, like when I don't know what would be an example. Um, well, there's a I think it's in the Fountainhead. Some negative Lee Valence character. It might be too strong to call him a villain, but not like one of the heroes, or um, maybe a guy who just hangs around in bad circles. I forget what his name was, but he's like messing around with a pencil, and he's I don't know why he's doing it. If it's just he has a tendency to fidget or something, but he's leaving these black marks under his nail, under his fingernails, um, and I thought it was funny. I can't remember. Actually, maybe if maybe I could do a search for fingernails in the Fountainhead and try to find this line. I don't remember the context, but I'm gonna see if I can find it. Where's my? I think I have Fountainhead on Kindle. Where did my Kindle go? I guess I have to. Maybe I closed it. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, something went wrong in my Kindle library. Kindle Cloud Reader. That's what I want. Okay. Where's the Fountainhead? Oh, here it is. Oh yeah, I think here it is. Um, why does it say page 4 in Roman numerals instead of regular? It's only in the introduction. Doesn't look like it's just the introduction. All right, well, I guess I'll just share this and um, I'll read a little bit of this. Okay, so Snite, maybe that's the guy. He's an architect, I, I guess. Howard Rourke is the main character. He's an architect, and but there are some other architects in the book, and I don't remember if Snite is one of them, but I think he might be. But anyway, I'll read this paragraph. It says, "There," said Snite, "that's it." He twirled a pencil in his hand. "Damnable, eh?" He sighed. "I tried to suggest a more respectable location, but he didn't take it so well, so I had to shut up." He twirled the pencil. "That's where he wants the house, right on top of that rock." He scratched the tip of his nose with the point of the pencil. "I tried to suggest setting it farther back from the shore and keeping the damn rock for a view, but that didn't go so well either." He bit the eraser between the tips of his teeth. "Just think of the blasting, the leveling one's got to do on that top." He cleaned his fingernail with the lead, leaving a black mark. "Well, that's that. Observe the grade, the quality of the stone. The approach will be difficult." Okay, I don't know if the rest is relevant. So I guess they're deciding on, or he's commenting on Rourke's idea of where to put a house. Anyway, as he's reflecting on where this, as an architect, like where the house should be put, he's cleaning his fingernail with lead of a pencil, leaving a black mark. I thought that was really funny when at least when I first read it, that someone would clean his fingernail with lead and leave a black mark. So there's a little touch of humor there, from Ayn Rand. So again, it's not a major aspect of her writing, but it's an element of it. I think she does have a sense of humor. Robert Mayhew gave a course called Ayn Rand and Humor, or maybe it's Humor and Ayn Rand. I forget the title of it, but he gives many examples of humor in Ayn Rand's novels. But serious things should be treated seriously, right? You shouldn't laugh at serious values. That's a point Ayn Rand would make. Because humor is a way of undercutting the seriousness of something. Okay, but things we like. But should everyone find that particular line funny the way I did when I first read it, and break out in laughter? I don't think I could prove that. Maybe humor is somewhat like music. Like Ayn Rand didn't think that music was fully understood, and much remains to be learned about it. And it might be difficult to prove that some line in a book or some joke someone tells is objectively funny and everyone who has rational values should laugh at it. I don't know if you could do something like that. Um, just as I don't know that you could do something like prove that everyone who has rational values should like Rachmaninoff and dislike Beethoven, which was the case with Ayn Rand. She thought Beethoven had a malevolent sense of life. But I think you can still find values in Beethoven or other art, even if you think it has a dominantly malevolent character. So I guess my ultimate answer for now is I don't know, Stephen, if there are things we should universally find funny. I think there are some things everyone should find funny, but maybe not necessarily the same things. Um, Different people can have different senses of humor, and everyone should find at least some things funny. Seems like if there's nothing you find funny, there's something's off. But I don't know that I would say everyone has to find the same things funny, or that there's anything in particular that everyone who's rational should find funny. But to the first question, yeah, I do think it's a value for most people. You say, I was surprised you didn't find the open letter to Boris Spassky funny. I don't remember finding that funny. I do remember you saying that though, or that you found it funny. Um, Maybe it's actually maybe I should share that. Do I have that on my Kindle? The Philosophy Who Needs It. I don't think I do. Maybe I should buy it right now, and then I could share the passage. Yeah, I don't think I have that on my Kindle. But maybe I didn't find it funny because it deals with something I think is serious. Like if you're caught in a authoritarian or totalitarian society like Soviet Russia, which I guess Spassky was in, um, that's a very tragic situation to be in. And Ayn Rand was making the point that what if the rules of chess were like the rules of Soviet society, where they could just change at the whim of a bureaucrat? So Spassky was a chess master, for anyone who doesn't know, and um, Ayn Rand wrote this open letter to him in the 1970s, I believe, and she was analogizing chess in this hypothetical to the nature of the Soviet Union. Um, Maybe it's like Ninotchka. That's a movie that it was humorous and it made fun of Nazi Germany, or was it Soviet Russia? Maybe it was Soviet Russia. Um, and I think Ayn Rand might have criticized that movie, or maybe it was other objectivists, because she thought that totalitarianism wasn't the proper subject of humor. Um, so even though you're making fun of the Nazis or the communists, um, maybe just given the mass murder and piles of corpses that resulted, she didn't think that whole arena was a appropriate place for humor. Better to just condemn the evil and not make jokes about it, or treat it in a lighthearted sort of way. Um, I'm about to buy the Kindle of Philosophy Who Needs It. All right, I just bought it with one click. Let me refresh my Kindle, see if it shows up. Oh, yeah, there it is. All right. Let me go to that essay. This was the first book I ever read by Ayn Rand, Philosophy Who Needs It. So it has a special place in my heart or my mind. There it is. Had a different cover though on the version I first bought. It had a guy kneeling by a Greek column. The artist was Nick Gaetano, I believe. I first read that in 1997. Okay, so let's go to... Oh, here it is. Open letter to Boris Spassky. Chapter 6. Dear Comrade Spassky. See, she addresses him as comrade because they're both from Russia. 1974. I have been watching with great interest your World Chess Championship match with Bobby Fischer. I am not a chess enthusiast or even a player and know only the rudiments of the game. I am a novelist philosopher by profession. But I watched some of your games reproduced play-by-play on television and found them to be a fascinating demonstration of the enormous complexity of thought and planning required of a chess player. A demonstration of how many considerations he has to bear in mind, how many factors to integrate, how many contingencies to be prepared for, how far ahead to see and plan. It was obvious that you and your opponent had to have an unusual intellectual capacity. Then I was struck by the realization that the game itself and the player's exercise of mental virtuosity are made possible by the metaphysical absolutism of the reality with which they deal. The game is ruled by the law of identity and its corollary, the law of causality. Each piece is what it is. A queen is a queen. A bishop is a bishop. And the actions each can perform are determined by its nature. A queen can move any distance in any open line, straight or diagonal. A bishop cannot. A rook can move from one side of the board to the other. A pawn cannot, etc. Their identities and the rules of their movements are immutable, and this enables the player's mind to devise a complex long-range strategy so that the game depends on nothing but the power of his and his opponent's ingenuity. This led me to some questions that I should like to ask you. Would you be able to play if, at a crucial moment, when, after hours of brain-wrenching effort, you had succeeded in cornering your opponent, an unknown arbitrary power suddenly changed the rules of the game in his favor, allowing, say, his bishops to move like queens? You would not be able to continue? Yet, out in the living world, this is the law of your country. And this is the condition in which your countrymen are expected not to play, but to live. Would you be able to play if the rules of chess were updated to conform to a dialectic reality in which opposites merge, so that at a crucial moment, your queen turned suddenly from white to black, becoming the queen of your opponent, and then turned gray, belonging to both of you? You would not be able to continue? Yet in the living world, this is the view of reality your countrymen are taught to accept, to absorb, and to live by. How many more of these are there? Okay, I don't want to read all of this, but just wanted to at least give you a taste of it. So, Stephen found that funny, or at least part of that funny, the comparing, like, or this hypothetical about what if chess were like this. I can see that, and but I guess the reason why at least I don't remember having a reaction to it of this is funny. I did think it was interesting for sure, but maybe just because of the seriousness of it and that people have to live in this terrible non-absolute sort of world in Soviet Russia, and that's tragic, and maybe that's why I didn't have a a laugh sort of reaction to this. But I don't say that that's necessarily like the objectively right way to respond to this, and that no one should laugh at any elements of this. Just because I reacted that way doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong to react in some other way. But I'm just thinking of trying to explain why that might have been my reaction. All right. Hope it's not too expensive. Oh, the Kindle? No, it was like $10. And it's good for me to have in my library anyway. It's something I should have. All right. Does that answer your question? Did that suffice? I hope it sufficed. But you can let me know if there's anything else you wanted me to address. Wow, got a lot of people come by in the last hour. More than the first hour. That's unusual. But good to see. Yes, I liked your answers. Okay, good to hear. Thank you. All right. Should I start a new super chat goal now? I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. And maybe I'll stream for at least another 3. I'm not sure. But I think I'll start a new goal. All right. So I'm going to set a new goal. 5 super chats. They could be for any amount. 99 cents and higher. $99. I'll take that too. And for 3 hours, that's the max. All right, so that's the new goal. And again, I'm going to count super stickers as well as super chats or PayPal. If you want to send me even more money, get more value, or at least I get more value for whatever you contribute, you can use PayPal or Patreon. Oh, that's my studio view. But in the description, here, this is what I wanted. If you go down to the description, it has the links to my Patreon and PayPal. So YouTube takes 30% out of whatever you contribute. Patreon takes like 10 to 15%, and PayPal only takes like 2 or 3%. So I get more of a higher percentage of whatever you contribute. And I will count those towards my goal of 5 super chats in the next hour. All right. So anybody else want to raise a topic, ask a question, make a comment, just say hello? That's also welcome. Now's a good time because you don't have competition. I can go straight to your chat or call. Remember, you can also call in if you want to have a discussion or a debate, ask a question. I have a link pinned in the YouTube chat, as well as a phone number if you prefer to dial. I could also go back to my Facebook post and reply to some more of the comments on my immigration post, but I want to give priority to people who are here live. So if you want to engage, if you want me to engage with some other topic, then I encourage you to let me know in the chat or to call in. I'm checking something on my phone here. That's weird. Oh, okay. Now it's working. All right. Well, I guess I'll go back to Facebook for now. Oh, Steven just came in with a new chat, so maybe I will not go back to Facebook. All right. He says for $10. So you think Congress should declare war on Iran? Should they, or does it matter? Do you think? Oh, do you think Congress should declare on Iran? Should they, or does it matter? Okay. All right. Thanks for that question. Let me just log it here so I can keep track. Okay. Yes, I do think Congress should declare war on Iran. um, that's what the Constitution requires. Congress has the power to declare war. The president does not, unless it's an emergency. I think if it is an emergency, then the president can do something before going to Congress. But Ilan Jorno addressed this point. Maybe I should play a clip from the latest Ayn Rand Institute video because they talk about this a little bit. But this war is long overdue. I mean, it should have been done decades ago, maybe back in 1979. So, but then, like, is it still an emergency? Maybe it was an emergency back then in 1979. But is it right to say that? Could you still say it's an emergency now? I'm not sure. Sorry, let me get another cough drop here. Can we be certain when Iran is going to do its next terrorist attack? Even if they didn't have nukes developed yet, they still have other weapons they could use, and they've funded proxy terrorist groups for decades. So, is there a perpetual emergency? Like, we never know when they might do something. They're always willing to do something. They're always chanting death to America, right? They've been doing that for decades. And they have actually killed thousands of Americans, or hundreds, I don't know how many it is, but across the decades. So, could you say it's always an emergency, or it has been for 47 years? It might seem weird to call it an emergency. Like there wasn't anything recent in the last few days or weeks that made it seem much more likely that there was going to be some attack. But just given the general stance of Iran and what it's done across decades, I think that licenses war. But war should have been declared. So it's not just that war should have been declared in this case, like on February 28th, 2026. Congress should have declared war decades ago. And I think that the fact that it hasn't shows weakness, and it shows bad foreign policy. Oh, I see Greg is here. Hi, Greg. And Mimid, you're a new person. He says now 8 watching. Well, it goes up and down. It's constantly fluctuating. Does it matter? I mean, it should. Yeah, I do think it matters. It's now I think there have been other wars where it hasn't been done either, like the war in Iraq or Afghanistan. Well, I don't know about. Did Congress give? I just heard that recently, maybe it was on the Ayn Rand podcast, that there was like an authorization to engage in military operations in Iraq and or Afghanistan, but it wasn't an official declaration of war. I'm not sure exactly what the status of those wars were, but I've heard it said that there hasn't been an actual official declaration of war since World War II. But I don't think that's a good thing. I think the Constitution matters, and the rule of law matters. and we don't want to have a dictatorship in this country, or that there shouldn't be a dictatorship where you can just have one guy, the president, um, putting American lives at stake, and we should be ruled not by the whim of one person. And I think Congress, being representatives of the people at large, um, there's popular support for a war, and that we're not just being ruled by the whim of one person. I mean, we shouldn't be ruled by the whim of a lot of people, a group of people either. But I guess maybe it's less likely that we're being ruled by whim. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be a military draft also. So even if Congress did decide to declare war, that doesn't mean they have a right to just dispose of other people's lives, conscript them into an army, and send them overseas to fight. We should have a voluntary military, and we do right now, which is good. Um, but I guess it's less likely that um, well, I was, yeah, scratch that thought. Um, I was going to say less likely that people are being put into a life-threatening situation at the whim of one man if there is a congressional declaration of war than if there isn't. Um, I'm going to play this clip from the Ayn Rand Institute video. It's just maybe 2 or 3 minutes about congressional declaration. This would actually be another good test of. I haven't tried to play a video yet through OBS. All right. So there's congressional approval. That's the section I want. Now, hopefully the sound is going to come through. Let me just test it.
Classified military intelligence right now, I don't think that's the right position on which to justify this war. This war, and we should call it a war, is justified by the long.
Okay. Did that come through? Yeah, okay, that's working. All right, so I'm going to play this section. See, there's some timestamps here, and there's a section here on congressional approval. I think this section was also interesting, answering critics, but for now, I'm just going to play at least part of this section, which starts in a few seconds after this.
Long train of aggression of Iran and its continuing mounting threat as an Islamist inspiration and funder.
So, Elon, other critics have also said, complained that this action was not approved by Congress. That's a criticism we also made, that the Institute made, of the recent action against Venezuela. What are we to make of that fact about this war? Should there be congressional approval?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's important. There's a kind of legacy here of 9/11, which was not a declared war, even though its official name was the Global War on Terror. It wasn't officially declared a war. It wasn't endorsed by Congress. There was a workaround, an authorization of military force that lasted a long time. I think all of those.
Yeah, that's what I was remembering. There wasn't an officially declared war. There was some kind of workaround authorization. But maybe the last time war was officially declared was World War II. At least I think I read something to that effect recently.
An authorization of military force that lasted a long time. I think all of those are the wrong way to approach this. I think it's important that there be a declaration of war for the reasons I indicated earlier, and done in a form that expresses the moral justification as well as the legal one, and that Congress take its part. And instead of bowing before the president and being acquiescent as it's been the last few years under Trump, it needs to fulfill its role, which is Congress has this power to approve a declaration of war, and it needs to do that. Now,
so you said Congress needs to fulfill its role instead of just bowing before the president. That's the point. That's similar to the point I was making about we don't want to be just at the whim of one man's who's deciding whether or not to send everyone overseas. It should be a thought-through process, a debated, discussed process that has widespread support of representatives of the people. And I think that's one way to help ensure that this is at least more likely to be a rational, justified operation than just being us being tools of some dictator. Okay, let me play a little more of this.
Congress has this power to approve a declaration of war, and it needs to do that. Now, the added reason, apart from the function of government being objective and each branch doing its job, there's a further benefit here. Now, it's not a guarantee, but it's an important feature of what happens when you declare a war, which is if you declare one, it pushes the issue of for what purpose and what is the standard of victory. It doesn't guarantee that those will be answered properly, but it pushes the issue and makes it more explicit, and it puts it more in public scrutiny that we have the right purpose and we understand what success looks like. I raise this because what we saw in Iraq...
That's a new point that I didn't make. If you have a declaration of war, it pushes Congress and to have a discussion of why are we doing this? What's the plan? And you're not just flying by the seat of your pants and making up things as you go along. There's an end game. You have a standard for success. It's a more delimited sort of operation than if the executive can just make things up as he goes. Now, there was some kind of explanation given in Trump's 8-minute speech the first day of the war, and he was citing this long train of abuses by Iran. So it's not like there was no explanation of why are we doing this. There was, but maybe there's some wiggle room if it's just left to the executive? Like, can Trump say, well, it's partly because we want to save Americans from terrorism, and but it's also because we want Iranian oil. Maybe there are multiple reasons, and I mean, maybe it has to be. I don't know. I wonder if there's more wiggle room, and it becomes more woozy and less defined if it's just left to the president to identify reasons, rather than Congress having to publish like an official reason that has to be adhered to. Okay. Let me. I think there's just how much more is in this section. This goes till 8:11, so maybe another 40 seconds.
And we understand what success looks like. I raise this because what we saw in Iraq when there wasn't a declaration of war, or Afghanistan where there wasn't one, the definition of victory continually ratcheted down. It was defined down at every step of the way because things were going so badly wrong. There wasn't real accountability for that. Now, that wasn't the only problem with those wars. That's the subject of two books that we put out, Winning the Unwinnable War and Failing to Confront Islamic Totalitarianism, many, many articles and interviews and podcasts. And for people who want to get the full picture, take a look at those sources. But the issue is there needs to be objectivity about the justification of a war, morally and then militarily. And that's what I think you push to the surface when you go through the proper procedure of having Congress approve a declaration of war.
Okay, I'll stop there, I think. So you get more objectivity, and I think that's what you don't get when you just have one guy who is deciding things at his pleasure, at his whim. So there's some more thoughts on Congress declaring war. I agree with what Ilan was saying there. Let me come back to the chat. And I think it matters whether there is objectivity. Stephen says, does it matter? All right, does that suffice, Stephen? Let me know if it doesn't. So I guess part of my answer there was just me talking, and part of the answer is my answer was supplemented by what Ilan was saying there. Maybe if I see Ilan, I'll give him a few dollars since he helped answer the question. Yes, it's a good answer. All right. Thanks, Stephen. All right. There are some other chats in here. Greg Lewis says, encountered this earlier in my Facebook feed. Madison and Gary moved to change the wording to declare war instead of make war. This distinction would give the president clear authority to repel sudden attacks. Oh, okay. So if Congress had the exclusive power to make war, that would imply that the president could not clearly repel sudden attacks like in an emergencies, but if it's declare war, then he could. I'm not sure if that's the reasoning here. But then you say the motion passed with strong support, Constitutional Convention, August 17th, 1787. The executive has no rights in any case to decide the question whether there is or is not cause for declaring war. That's according to James Madison, Helvidius number 1, 1793. All right, I don't know what Helvidius number 1 is. But thanks for those chats, Greg. All right, what next? Getting a lot of viewers coming by today. If you are new here and if you like this content, I'd appreciate it if you consider subscribing. That will help me grow the channel. Or just liking even also helps. Oh, we're up to 12 likes now. Nice. Thank you. All right, should I go back to Facebook? That's what I was about to do before Steven's super chat came in. Oh, I guess I should. Oh no, never mind. I was going to say maybe I should count that towards the super chat goal, but I already counted that towards the first super chat goal. So, yeah, if you want to help on the super chat goal, you can make a contribution through super chat or super sticker or PayPal or Patreon. Pacificus Helvidius debates. Oh, that's something James Madison was involved in, I guess. Greg mentions that in the chat. Maybe I should take a break now. Give people time to put in some chats. Yeah, how about we do a little break now? It's now 5:21 Pacific. So I'm going to put on my break screen. which looks like this. So new people who come by during the break will know what's going on. It says see YouTube chat for return time. Usually I break for about 10 minutes. So I think I'll do that this time. We'll see, about 10 minutes. So I'm going to type in the chat on break back in about 10 minutes. Greg just put in an exclamation point. Is that in reaction to my new break slide? See, that's something I can do with my new OBS setup. I can smoothly transition between what are called scenes. All right, so I'm going to say on break back in about 10 minutes. It's now 5:22, so that would be about 5:32. Oh, it's now 5:23. Yes, sir, says Greg. Oh, I also got three exclamation points from Robert. All right, maybe you all like my new setup. I like it. I think it works pretty well. All right. Almost done writing my message, which is about to appear in the YouTube chat. Okay, there it is. So back in about 10 minutes, i.e. about 5:33 p.m. Pacific. And I encourage everyone to keep chatting, and that will give me material to engage with when I get back. You can also call in. And as a backup, I think maybe when I come back, I'll go back to my Facebook post and maybe reply to some more comments if there aren't any new chats to engage with. But I do want to give you all priority, people who are here live. So if there's something you want to talk about or hear about, I definitely encourage you to mention it in the chat or to call in. All right, I'm going to take a break now, and I'll be back in a bit. All right, now I think you can hear me. I was just testing something, seeing if you could hear my audio when I had the break screen up, but did not have the Zoom mic turned on. I'll listen to this later and see what happened. But anyway, I am back from the break. And it looks like there's some new chats. I'm trying to catch up on my phone here just to make sure everything's working. In this episode. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Oh, let's see. Okay. Looks good. All right, let me see what new chats have come in. Greg and Steven are chatting about something. Earlier, it was pointed out that the succession committee in Iran had perhaps been taken out. Now reading that the former supreme leader's son has been selected. Or is this just something to fill dead air space? Has the Committee of 88 been replaced with the divine right of kings? According to Wikipedia, squid have 8 arms and 2 tentacles, says Stephen. Want to talk about sex, says Stephen. Am I right that women usually don't like the same things as men? He says. Stephen, was the response to your question about the validity of the senses satisfactory? Asked Greg. Not perfect. Why? Says Stephen. Ask a philosopher rather than an economist. All right, so there's a few things in there, a few different topics. There's some discussion of Iran and sex and the senses. Ask a philosopher rather than an economist. I don't know what that is in reference to. All right, so there's some potential topics there. You can also put super chat money behind anything if you want to give it priority. I'm not sure which of those topics, if any of those, would be best to address next. I could take a poll also, see what the chat votes for as the next topic. Or maybe I could just give some thoughts on each of these, if I have any thoughts. I don't know. Can I make this chat any bigger? There's not a lot of... Here, maybe if I move this up, I'm going to try to resize this chat to make it larger so I can fit more on the screen. And some of it's going to be covered up, but that's okay because not all of it needs to be visible all the time. I don't know if that's better. Oh, actually, maybe I should try to change the size in a different window. Yeah, let me try that, see what happens. Ah, that's better. Oh, actually, that's too wide now. I gotta make it a little smaller. This is another thing I can do in OBS that I couldn't do before. Resize the chat like this. Oh, thanks, Greg. Greg just came in with a $1.99 sticker. And let's see, before that, he says, do you have the question on the validity of the senses as you structured it earlier, Stephen? Oh, okay. That's a question for Stephen. I mean, I thought the sensory validity answer was pretty good. It got me to realize that people wouldn't get excited about the facts themselves. So we're 1 out of 5 towards this super chat goal. 2 hours left about. 1 out of 5 because Greg did a sticker, and I count that. Some new chats from Robert. I do not understand what I do, for what I want to do, I do not do. But what I hate, I do. For I do not do the good I want to do, but the evil I do not want to do. This I keep on doing. What a wretched man I am. St. Paul in Romans 7:15. I've heard that quote, or at least part of that quote, before. but looks like I didn't realize how long that quote was. I must have read that because I have read the Bible. St. Paul's quandary is all too easily dismissed by proponents of reason. Surely a rational man doesn't experience temptations to do the irrational. And if somehow he does feel temptation, surely he doesn't give in to it. And yet somehow this isn't the case. Perhaps the more rational a man, the fewer his temptations, distractions, weaknesses. But I've yet to see reason alone compel a man to always feel rightly and always do rightly. All right, well, there's more we could talk about there. Does a rational man ever experience temptation to do something irrational? Well, I think your temptation level to do something irrational could increase or decrease depending on how in focus you are. But I guess that might be another way of saying depending on how rational you are. So if you are out of focus, you will be more tempted to do something irrational. But if you bring into mind, if you choose to focus, then that will bring into mind relevant considerations, which will make more salient to you the negative consequences of doing something irrational. So that would dissipate at least some of the temptation to do something irrational. I wonder how universal this is for St. Paul. It sounds like maybe this is a constant thing he experiences, not just a rare event. I do not understand what I do. For what I want to do, I do not do. But what I hate, I do. If you have the wrong code of morality or the wrong philosophy, then I do think that increases the chances that you're going to be in these sorts of quandaries or have these sorts of conflicts, because your philosophy is telling you you should be doing something that you really shouldn't be according to a rational morality. Like if your philosophy is anti-sex or anti-pleasure, damns the body as evil, then you are a physical being with a body, and you have these sexual urges that are just part of your nature, then I think that's a case where you're going to be often wanting to do something that you think is wrong or that you hate. You've been taught to hate it. The problem there is you have a wrong set of ideas, a bad set of ideas, one that conflicts with your nature as a human being. If you're a living person and yet you're living by, yet you explicitly accept an anti-life morality, well, then you're going to be in a conflict a lot of the time. There's going to be many occasions for guilt. You're always going to be falling short of the ideal of sacrificing everything you have. But it looks like Robert is saying that even by proponents of reason, this is something they face, at least sometimes. St. Paul's quandary is all too easily dismissed by proponents of reason. Surely a rational man doesn't experience temptations to do the irrational. He says, I guess giving voice to what proponents of reason might say. Surely a rational man doesn't experience temptations to do the irrational, and if somehow he does feel temptation, surely he doesn't give in to it. And yet somehow this isn't the case. Well, it depends on whether the temptation is rational or not. Like, I guess you could reasonably give in to temptation if you decide that what's tempting you is a good thing. But there's no duty to resist temptation if what's tempting you furthers your life, your happiness. But I see there's a bunch more chats here. So let me keep reading. Perhaps the more rational a man, the fewer his temptations, distractions, weaknesses. But I've yet to see reason alone compel a man to always feel rightly and always do rightly. Can reason compel a man I do think the first part of this is right. That the more rational a man is, the fewer his irrational temptations. Again, I think not all temptations are temptations to do something bad. Maybe you're tempted by something good, right? So maybe I would just insert irrational here. The more rational man, the fewer his irrational temptations, distractions, weaknesses. Like, you can be tempted by food if you're a rational man, right? But that's not an irrational temptation. If you're hungry, right, you need to eat to live. And it also provides pleasure. These are thoughts I had during your break, says Robert. Okay. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. Gives me content to engage with. I wonder if, well, okay, let me read some more of these chats. It turns out philosophy alone isn't enough. One must add psychology to the mix. But even there, wisdom, experience, life skills, proper habits, and much more are required to build self-discipline. I got to make a note here of Greg's super chat here as contributing to the goal of 5 super chats, so I don't forget about that. Or Greg's sticker contributes to the goal. To some young or newcomer objectivists, this may seem wrong. If we have free will, why can't we simply will ourselves always to choose the highest of values? Leave aside ignorance, honest error, and biology, including such needs as rest and recreation. Why do rational people often feel and sometimes give in to temptation to do less than the very best of things? I feel like someone should have done a show on this, or maybe a show wouldn't be enough, and an essay on this would be required, or maybe a series of essays, a volume. And then I realize that those other domains, some adjacent to philosophy, some overlapping, wisdom, mindfulness, planning, and organizing, life skills, motivation, are required. Still, as a philosophy guy, I can't resist the temptation to try to distill the issue and some of the best strategies / solutions down to an episode. There's a lot there. I'm trying to think what I have to say, if I have something I can say on all this. There's another potential topic, which I'm wondering if I should go into or not. I don't know. I'm using some free will here, I think. to manage my mind and like what's the best direction to go. Let me see if I can think of some things to say about all these chats from Robert. Greg says, and another and another 5 minutes excuse me, may be in the process of spawning. Yeah. Robert just came in with the super chat. Thank you, Robert. He says, the volition aspect, if I believe in free will and I'm on a diet, why can't I resist eating the candy bar? Is an interesting one, at least to me. All right. That was a super chat, so I'm going to address that next. And let me see if I can reply quickly enough. All right. Yeah. Good. If I reply quickly enough, I can have this tag as part of my chat. Let me also give that a heart and a like. All right. Thank you, Robert. So I'm 2 out of 5 towards the goal. The super chat goal, because I had 1 sticker and 1 super chat. 3 more to go. The volition aspect. If I believe in free will and I'm on a diet, why can't I resist eating the candy bar? Is an interesting one, at least to me. Well, you can resist it, but you might choose not to resist the temptation to eat the candy bar. Maybe you're trying to lose weight, or maybe the doctor has told you you're in danger. You're in danger of having a heart attack, so you need to cut back on foods like candy bars. But through weakness of will, you might cave in to a desire to eat it, whereas, or you might not. And I think that's just an irreducible choice we have. Now, I guess if you choose to focus, keep your mind in focus, that's what Rand says is our root choice, as you know. Rather than allow yourself to be governed by your emotions, then you stand a better chance of making a choice that's in your interest. So maybe if you choose to focus your mind while you're at the meal, then relevant considerations will flood your mind. Or maybe flood implies more content than there actually is, but at least enter your minds. More relevant content will enter your mind, like the doctor said, I better avoid fatty foods because I'm very close to having a heart attack. And that's one thing that might occur to you. If you're in focus, that would less likely to occur to you. If you're out of focus, just governed by your emotions. And so if you're in focus and then that thought about what the doctor has told you pops into your mind, then that can make it easier to not eat the cheesecake. Let's say that's the food in question. So the fundamental choice we have is our mind in focus. And if we do choose to focus, then more relevant considerations are going to come to mind, which help us to make secondary choices on whether to eat the cheesecake. So whether to eat the cheesecake is a secondary choice, not a primary choice. It's not the fundamental choice we face. The fundamental choice is whether to focus our minds. But if we do choose to focus our minds, then we'll more likely make choices that are better for our values, secondary choices that are better for our values, where secondary choices are choices about particular actions to take, like whether to eat the cheesecake or not. So I don't know why you say you can't resist. Because you can. I think that's something that free will enables us to do. It enables us to resist eating. Oh, yeah, candy bar, not the cheesecake. Yeah, I'll try to remember that example. You can resist eating the candy bar. You might choose not to resist it. Maybe because you choose not to be in focus. But that's a choice. It's not something you couldn't resist. Okay, does that address your question? Robert, do you want to follow up on that at all or object to anything I said? You say, you also add, again, the answers are intertwined with domains outside philosophy. And you had mentioned, where was that? Oh yeah, other domains. I realize those other domains, some adjacent to philosophy, some overlapping. Wisdom, mindfulness, planning and organizing, life skills, motivation are required. I wonder if that's making it seem more complicated than it is. So if you're just at a meal and someone offers you a candy bar, is it really that complicated to explain why someone who's on a diet might give in or might not? Or is it just a matter of saying they chose to focus or they didn't? I mean, so there are, psychology is involved, philosophy is involved in some sense, but I mean, you could analyze what's going on from multiple perspectives, maybe, but how would that go? Like if if you're a psychologist analyzing what's happening when someone is facing this choice of should I eat the candy bar or not, if you're a psychologist looking at that, or you're a philosopher looking at that, or you're a life coach looking at that, whatever that means, is that going to give you some significantly different perspective on what's going on? I'm not sure. It's not clear to me that there is. I mean, it seems like fundamentally what's going on is just there's this fact about human beings that we're volitional, and the root of our volition, the fundamental choice we have is to keep our minds in focus or not. Or if you're not already in focus, it wouldn't be to keep your mind in focus, it would be to get into focus. But the fundamental choice is to focus or not. And that's really the roots. Is that all there is to say about why someone chose, or why someone gave in to the temptation to eat the candy bar or not? I think it might just not be very complicated, but it seems like maybe you're thinking it is more complicated than I'm thinking it is. Okay, well, you can let me know if you want to. You can follow up on any of that as you wish. I see some. Let me read some additional chats from Simon and Stephen. Simon says, choose the fatty foods and you won't have the craving, the sugars, 4 sugars, steak and butter over candy bars all day, he says. As a person who was eating nothing but meat for 2 years, life gets very complicated when you're out with people. Oh, so you were a carnivore. You exclusively ate meat for 2 years, and that made things very complicated. But you don't have cravings for sugar. That's what you're saying when you're on your carnivore diet? You might have other cravings though. I guess you would, maybe on that sort of diet you wouldn't be tempted to eat a candy bar, but maybe you would face some other temptation. Maybe you would well, even if you just eat meat, there might be a temptation to eat an additional helping of meat, like more than is healthy for you. And you would have to be in focus in order to make the right choice on how much meat you should eat. Okay. Steven says, relates to my question a while ago. If we have free will, why do so many people have a multi-year struggle with willpower? Okay. I vaguely remember that. I don't know that. Do people have multi-year struggles with willpower? Or is this just a feature of human nature? I mean, um, do I have a struggle with willpower? It doesn't strike me that I do, just considering that off the top of my head. Um, but I can, well, like if you're St. Paul, um, and you have a wrong philosophy, one that damns sex, for instance, and so you're constantly tempted to do something which at least part of you thinks is bad to do, or tempted by sex, and you think it's bad to indulge that temptation and give in to it, then you would constantly struggle with willpower, right? Constantly struggle to overcome your desire for sex. So I can see why many people would struggle with, well, I don't know if I would put it as struggle with willpower, but many people would experience temptation to do things that they believe they shouldn't do. And maybe the reason why people often are in that position is that they have bad ideas. I mean, if you have a good philosophy and your values are rational, pro-life, then what you value, I think that I don't see why you would constantly be tempted to do things you think you shouldn't do. I think you would experience a lot of harmony between your reason and your emotion, what you want to do and what you think you rationally should do. So maybe the answer to your question here, Stephen, is so many people have struggles because they have irrational values. All right, more chats from Robert and Simon Gregg. All right, so let me read some of these from Robert next. It's clear that volition as a binary phenomenon is a binary phenomenon, I think he means. You're either in focus or you're not. Can't be the whole story. Otherwise, there'd be no need for psychology. The simple fact that some temptations are easier to resist than others makes it clear that there's more going on than simply choosing to focus. Focus is primary, but it is far from the whole answer. And yes, earlier comments by Stephen, both here on Your On Show and on social media, are part of what's got me thinking about the subject. Okay, so I'm coming back to this comment that says, you're either in focus or not. Can't be the whole story. Otherwise, there'd be no need for psychology. Well, there are many things that psychology addresses other than focus. Well, like different personalities. That's something that psychologists study. Like there are people who are more agreeable. Isn't that one of the big five traits that are used by psychologists? I've heard Jordan Peterson talk about this a number of times, but um, there's like 5 different dimensions of personality traits which psychologists often use to categorize people, and people can differ on how agreeable they are. I don't know. I don't remember what the other traits are, but that's one thing. Psychologists can study personality types, developmental psychology, like how does, as we grow older, how do our psyches change? And then there's clinical psychology, how to deal with problems, social psychology, group dynamics. So there's lots for psychology to investigate, aside from just the issue of focus. So there might be a need for psychology, even if the issue of focus, maybe psychology doesn't have a lot to say on that, beyond just recognizing the fact. I see Robert just came in with another super chat. Thank you, Robert. Another $5. He says, must run. We'll pause and resume on my end later. So feel free to continue the discussion and I'll catch up later. Thanks for your thoughts. Okay, you're welcome, Robert. Thanks for your super chats. I appreciate it, and your other chats too. It's given me much content to engage with, so I'm going to give that a heart and a like. The like button is not working. Maybe the reply button will work. Okay. Yeah, see, when I click on the like button, it kind of it flickers, and I can't tell whether, I guess it took my like, because sometimes it goes up to 3 and it switches to a black thumb, which I think means it took effect. But I don't know why it flickers like that. All right, so we're at 3 out of 5 now towards the super chat goal, because Robert did 2 super chats and Greg did a sticker. So we just need 2 more to hit the goal. Got about an hour and a half. All right, let me read some more of these chats, and I might go over some of them again, but let me just at least read them. There are neurological issues with addicts, says Simon. Interesting key, Robert, says Greg. ADHD, that's another thing which Gina has talked about, Gina Gorlin, an objectivist psychologist. I think she's talked about having that and how medication has helped her. Now, I don't like, but is that necessary to focus? Or does it make it easier to focus? To make that primary choice to focus? Maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about that much, but but let me read some more of these chats. That can partly put you out of focus physiologically, says Simon. Try to put everything in the sardine can of focus. Trying to put everything in the sardine can of focus distracts from realizing that you're trying to find a one-size-fits-all solution. Detracts or distracts. Good point. Will and willpower are two very different things, says Robert. Willpower is limited, which is why you should set yourself up for success ahead of time so your temptations are few. See Gene Moroney's discussion of the topic of willpower and consider reading Atomic Habits by James Clear, a great book on the subject of setting yourself up for more easily doing the right things. All right, that's the last chat. I've heard of that book, but have not read it. Okay, so was I trying to find a one-size-fits-all solution? When in fact, it's more complicated. A solution to what? To why someone might give in to temptation and eat a candy bar when he's on a diet? Well, I do think your energy levels are relevant. Like if you're very tired, let's say you haven't slept for 3 days straight, it can be very hard to stay awake and manage your mind and be in focus. So I guess if you're the likelihood of making some irrational choice like eating a candy bar if you're on a diet is higher if you're very low on sleep than if you're not. So maybe that's a way in which things are more complicated than just. So yes, like why does if you want to understand why someone gave into temptation, maybe part of the explanation is that they chose not to focus. or maybe that sounds too active. Instead of saying they chose not to focus, maybe it would be better to say they failed to choose to focus. There was a sin of omission rather than commission. But anyway, whatever the best way to think of that is, there was the problem with regard to that choice, but also it might have been that they were low on sleep, low on energy. Maybe they haven't eaten for a long time and their blood sugar is very low, and they become it becomes harder for them to control themselves. And maybe there are just innate differences between people. Like if some people have ADD brains or ADHD brains, maybe it's harder for them to focus than people who don't have those conditions. Assuming those are actual conditions. I guess some people might dispute that, but I haven't looked into that much myself. And I guess that can have implications for judging people, because if it's harder for someone to focus because they have a certain condition, like they're very low in sleep or they have ADHD, then I guess it makes sense to be cut them some more slack than if they didn't have those conditions. All right, some more chats here from Steven. But let me see. Do I want to say anything more now about Robert's chats? There are neurological issues with addicts. Like a drug addict or alcohol addict. Maybe they made themselves into addicts, and once they've become addicts, maybe we should have different expectations for how they behave, because now it's like maybe they're not facing sleep deprivation or ADHD, but they're facing some other debilitating condition or condition that makes it harder for them to focus their minds. So I feel a little woozy here on all this discussion of focus and what's the bottom line here? What's the point of it all? To understand why people do the things they do. Like, why might someone eat a candy bar when they're on a diet? I still wouldn't go along with this. Why can't I resist eating the candy bar? I think you can. Now, I guess given everything we've just been talking about, it might be harder or easier for a given person to resist depending on various factors, like they're sleep deprived or they have ADHD or they have some addiction. But I guess there's a certain point where maybe you couldn't resist, like if you're super low on sleep, or maybe you're under the you have severe ADHD, maybe you couldn't resist. But Robert isn't specifying a specific scenario like that. For all I know, he's just talking about any random person. And he says, if I believe in free will and I'm on a diet, why can't I resist? And I just, I don't know why you would say that. If we're just talking about a random person, if we're not specifying some specific kind of case that might, or your free will might be overridden, I would think in general, at least, you can resist. Even if it's harder than it is for somebody else. I don't think you're determined to eat the candy bar. All right. Let me go on and at least for now, jump ahead to these chats from Steven. He says, want to answer my question to Tara Smith. How long can a bad person keep a girlfriend usually? Does the fact that a man is far from perfect morally mean he'll forego romance, i.e., what accounts for all the dysfunctional relationships out there? Are bad people usually put in their place quickly, or does it take forever? So are we with Plato, that knowing something means you'll act on that knowledge? Okay, looks like there's two separate questions here, or two separate sets of questions. I think it might have been Socrates in one of the Platonic dialogues who said this idea that if you know something, you'll act on it. Or you can't do what you know to be wrong, something like that. And I've heard objectivist philosophers say, you can do what you know to be wrong, but only by evading that knowledge, like pushing it out of your mind. So in a sense, you know it, but in that moment, you don't know it in the sense that it's not active knowledge because you're evading it. So you have to act in accordance with whatever knowledge you have, at least so long as that knowledge is activated in your mind and not being evaded. And is that right? So this is an objection to Tui in the Fountainhead. Some people have said he's too consciously evil. Maybe Ayn Rand said this, that he wasn't realistic because he was so conscious of the evil he was doing. Maybe a more realistic character would be James Taggart, who's constantly evading things. And that's what enables him to act so irrationally. I'm not sure if this point is right, that you have to act in accordance with your knowledge, at least so long as that knowledge is active in your mind. Maybe it is right. I'm not sure. Like, what's something I could trying to think of an example I could use to illustrate this now. Something I know to be right. Like, I think it would be right to address super chats, to give them priority, give them more time and attention, address them sooner. Would it be possible for me to just completely ignore super chats, or is it only possible for me to do that and pretend like they didn't come in at all? Only by evading, or could I consciously hold in my mind that here's a super chat. Sorry, I need another cough drop. Here's a super chat, and I should answer it, but I'm just not going to. Is that possible? Maybe we should do that as an experiment. Someone could submit a super chat, and then I can well, I don't know how this would work. Could I consciously evade it? Could I think I'm doing something bad? I'm acting evilly, irrationally. Could I have those thoughts at the center of my attention? And do the thing, like not acknowledge the super chat. Or would I have to rationalize it in some way and not face squarely that I'm doing something bad? I'm not sure. So I guess that's my answer to Stephen's question, the last one here. I'm not sure I'm with Plato or Socrates. Or Rand, I guess, since I think she agrees with them on that point. I'm not sure. All right. Well, there's two other chats before that. Stephen also asked. Just checking some analytics here. Want to answer my question to Tara Smith. So Tara Smith was recently on Neuron Brooks' show, and Stephen asked this question: how long can a bad person keep a girlfriend usually? Gosh, I don't know. It might depend on how bad the person is, how rational the girlfriend is. If the more rational she is, the quicker she will realize that she's with a bad person and decide to leave him. And the less rational is, the longer she'll stay around. Maybe it depends partly on what other options she has. If she sees no one better, maybe she'll stay around longer than if she does see some other better options. So there are a variety of things here which will factor in. I don't know what the average is. If you're asking like on average, it's does the fact that a man is far from perfect morally mean he'll forego romance? I.e., what accounts for all the dysfunctional relationships out there? Well, just because you're far from perfect morally, I don't think that means you'll forego romance. I mean, you might, but I don't think it necessarily means that. You could be I think that would make your romance worse, less of a romance, because you're not. I mean, the further you are from perfect, the worse you are, the less you are worthy of romance, the less you can have an enjoyable relationship where you value yourself and you value someone else who values you, because you don't think you're worthy of love to the degree you're a bad person. Like, insofar as you are a bad person, the less you're going to think you deserve romance. But if you have some degree of goodness about you, you could still have some romance. So, but you say far from perfect. Well, maybe if you're far enough, then it's not that you'll forgo it, like that's something you choose to do, but maybe it's just not possible to you. You might, I guess you could also think, you could choose to forego it because you think you're unworthy of it. But I think there could also be cases of people who are far from morally perfect, yet still choose to pursue romance, but I don't think they're going to have a very good one until they become more morally perfect, closer to moral perfection. I.e., what accounts for all the dysfunctional relationships out there? Well, definitely part of it. I don't say it's any part of it, but it's part of it. Like if people think it's bad to be selfish, then I think that's going to selfishness is understood as Ayn Rand understood. Rational selfishness. Like if you think you have a duty to sacrifice, I think that's corrupting of healthy relationships. Or if you think it's bad to pursue sex as for the purposes of pleasure and only for the purposes of procreation, is it morally okay? I think that's bad for relationships, and that's again some bad philosophy. So that's bad philosophy is at least part of what accounts for dysfunctional relationships, and that's top of mind for me as someone who thinks a lot about philosophy, but there could be other reasons. What would be a non-philosophical reason for a dysfunctional relationship? Well, let's say you're just you live very far apart, so it's a long distance relationship. You meet someone on the internet, and that can make things difficult. Is that be a dysfunctional relationship? I don't know. Maybe. I was just trying to think of a non-philosophical reason why it's dysfunctional. I don't know if I would say it's dysfunctional if it's long distance. Maybe it could turn into a dysfunctional relationship. I'm not sure I have any clear thoughts to add on that right now. Are bad people usually put in their place quickly, or does it take forever? I don't know what the norm is. I see a message here that says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Are you experiencing buffering now? I don't know how long this message has been up here. I can try to refresh and see if I still see it. Well, it looks like my stream has not crashed. And I've been going for almost 6 hours. Last time the stream ended at around the 5-hour mark, and that didn't happen today, so that's good. I don't know why it happened last time, but I'm glad it didn't happen again. But I do wonder if you're experiencing buffering. I don't know what the norm is here, Stephen. I don't know if bad people usually are put in their place quickly, or does it take forever? That's not an easy question to answer. How would you answer that? I mean, you could do a survey, or would you have to investigate people's lives to figure this out? And also, what is the significance of that? What does it matter whether bad people are usually put in their place quickly, or does it take forever? I guess whatever the norm is, whether it's usual or not, we should aim to deal with the problem as soon as possible. Why not? Just like there are many things like this. Like maybe it's not the norm for people to be atheists or to be self-interested, as Ayn Rand understands that. But they should still do it. All right. Well, those are some thoughts on chats here. Anyone else want to add a chat here? Ask a question? Make an objection? Disagree with anything I said? That's a good point, says Stephen. All right, I can also go back to Facebook, do some real-time replies. Oh, wow. It's up to 15 likes now. Nice. Thank you. Let's see if I have any new subscribers. No. Looks like it's... So far I've gotten one today. Someone mentioned a few hours ago they subscribed. So it's up to 1,021 subscribers right now. That's the highest I've ever been. sometimes I get to a certain level and then it goes down and then it goes back up, and it's kind of a 4 steps forward, 1 step back. I think that's about the ratio of subscribes to unsubscribes. But I've never been this high before, so that's good to see. Okay, Stephen says, I guess the moral question is, if a person doesn't meet his own moral standards, should he put off all his desires and focus only on improving himself morally? No, I don't think so. I think you should... Well, what would it mean to focus only on improving yourself morally and put off all your desires, like your desire for food, your desire for sex, your desire for art, recreation, friendship? Stop pursuing all of those and just focus on improving yourself morally. Well, you can... The root immorality is evasion. So to improve yourself morally means to evade less, focus more. And you can do that in the course of pursuing all these other things. So in your relationships with other people, being in focus and not putting, say, social pressure above your perception of reality. So maybe if someone is rude to you, or you might want to not rock the boat in order to just maintain the friendship, but then the friendship isn't based on you might think it's on a shaky foundation if you have to be evading the nature of the person in order to maintain cordial relationships with them. Maybe you're better off finding a new friend. So in the course of pursuing your other desires, such as your desire for friendships, you could work on improving yourself, like facing the facts, confronting someone perhaps if they've slighted you unjustifiably. So I don't think the work of improving yourself morally needs to be compartmentalized and treated as a separate part of life, apart from pursuing all the other things, pursuing all your desires in the various realms of life. I'm not sure what it would mean to improve yourself morally apart from just living the rest of your life and striving to do it in the best way possible, meaning doing it in a focused kind of way. You might want to hold out something as a reward, like to serve as an incentive to do better. Like, for example, you might say you have a desire to go on a trip to Hawaii. That's one of your desires. And you might say, well, if I improve myself morally to a certain extent, you would have to find some way to measure this, then as a reward for doing that, I will then satisfy my desire of going on a trip to Hawaii. Like maybe you've been in a toxic relationship with someone, and you need to fix this, either cut that person out of your life, or maybe just address it head on with the person and see if that person is willing to change. But somehow this issue has to be confronted. And you might think, okay, to incentivize myself to do the best thing possible, I'm not going to go on this trip to Hawaii until I confront this problem I've been having with this person. Maybe it's a business partner or a spouse or a girlfriend, boyfriend. And I think that might be a reasonable way of putting off some desire while you improve yourself morally. So I guess if you mean something like that, okay. But you say all of your desires. I don't think you can put off all of your desires. Like, does that mean you're not going to eat any food? I mean, you're going to have desires for food, desires for sleep when you get tired. You're constantly going to be having desires. So I don't think it makes sense to put off all your desires while you work on improving yourself morally, but I think it could make sense to put off a particular delimited desire or set of desires and hold it out as a kind of carrot for yourself to incentivize yourself to improve morally. Okay. So those are some thoughts on that question. Feel free to follow up on any of that. All right, should I go back to the super chat or the Facebook posts, or maybe see if I can come up with anything more to say on earlier chats here? I could update the title for today's stream based on the topics that have come up so far. But maybe I should do that later. All right, I'm going to go back to Facebook now. All right, so I did this post on Facebook about illegal immigration, and then for anyone who didn't see this before, this is what it said. I'm against illegal immigration. That was not me talking, but that's just in quotes, something that someone might say. And then in reply to that, I said, what if the immigration laws are unjust? Is it bad to break an unjust law? What if a slave illegally escapes his owner? And there were many comments and reactions on this. And earlier I started to go through some of the replies and reply to some of the replies. And since I don't see any new chats here in the YouTube chat, I can just spend some time now going through and replying to more Facebook comments. But I do want to give priority to people here live, so if you want to say something in the chat or call in, I invite you to do that, and then I'll come back to you. All right, so what have I not replied to yet here? Oh, somebody said... that is a reasonable stance. All right. I was debating this person, Penny, before, and I didn't see this response yet, where she said, yeah, that is a reasonable stance. What does she think is a reasonable stance? I guess this, because this is the last reply I did. Just because a law is unjust doesn't mean one should break it. One might not break it merely because the risk of being caught and potential punishment are too great. Not because there is any moral obligation to obey an unjust law. For example, if you break the tax law, let's say you don't report some income you earned on your tax return, even though it should be taxable according to the tax code. Since I think taxes are unjust, you shouldn't have to pay any taxes. But that doesn't necessarily mean you should break the law and not report it, because the risk of being caught and the potential punishment might be too great to justify doing that. So you might obey an unjust law, but not because there's any moral obligation to do so. Just because you don't want to be thrown in jail. So I think that's what Penny is saying is a reasonable stance. And then she says, so those breaking the current U.S. immigration laws have taken on the risk of being deported. Yeah, I think that's right. That's a risk that they have to take. But they shouldn't have to take. I think the laws are bad. It shouldn't be... as long as they're living here peacefully, they should be allowed to do so. So maybe I'll say... yes, they've taken on the risk of being deported. But I want to add that those are bad laws. Laws that would deport peaceful people should be changed. And she might have said something about changing the laws at the beginning of this thread. Yeah, the answer is you work to change the laws. Oops, I forgot a word. Or I wrote the wrong word. They run the risk. Taken. Oh, I forgot. Taken on. That's what I meant to say. Because that's what she says here. I don't know if I should add something to that or just leave it at that. I think I'll just leave it at that. Okay, I see a chat from Steven just came in. $5. All right, so that's part of his super chat money. Do you think so-called birth tourism is a bad thing? I said no. It's no different from a mother scoping out the best private school for her child before the child is born. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think people should be able to live here as long as they're peaceful. Now, birth tourism enables them not only to live here but to be citizens here because they get birthright citizenship. Although this is being contested by Trump, I guess. I think he's trying to change that. And there's a Supreme Court case surrounding that. I see you just came in with another $5. But let me first see if I have anything more to say on the first $5. And where's it? Let me go to my, I got to update your balance here. Where's my window where I'm keeping track? Here we go. Okay, so, okay, I guess with these latest two $5 super chats, that brings the balance to zero. So you've used up all of your super chat money, if I'm calculating correctly. Okay, thanks for those super chats, Stephen. Because for anyone who wasn't here before, Stephen did $50 through PayPal instead of using the YouTube super chat. But I'm counting them as super chats. That's why I'm calling them super chats, because he attached money to his questions. I don't think birth tourism is a bad thing. I think anyone should be able to live here as long as they're peaceful. They're not infringing on anyone's rights. The country as a whole is not private property. And Americans don't have a right to keep non-Americans out of America. They can keep non-Americans out of their own personal private property, their lands or their homes. But that's it. They can't dictate what other Americans do. And not only can they keep non-Americans off their property, they can keep other Americans off their property. Your right to your own property is it's not that only non-Americans can infringe on those rights. Anyone can infringe on those rights. whether they're Americans or non-Americans. But what you don't have a right to is to dictate how everybody else's private property is used. So maybe you don't want foreigners in your home, but I do. I should be able to invite who I want in my home. It's not affecting you. So there shouldn't be any bar to other people coming here. Now, what are the proper conditions of citizenship? Should it just be you're born somewhere? I don't know. I haven't thought about that much. I think Yaron Brook has a view that it should be more difficult to become a citizen. You should have to show some basic knowledge of how the government works. For example, but I don't think much should hang on whether you're a citizen. One thing that does hang on it now is whether you can vote. But I don't think voting should matter much if the society is guided by the principle of individual rights. So you shouldn't be able to vote on things that affect people's rights, like whether people are taxed. That shouldn't be up for a vote. Or whether people have free speech. But I don't have a problem with people coming here just so they can become citizens. Or I don't have a problem with people giving birth to kids here just so that kids can become citizens. What I have a problem with is initiating force. And that's not involved in coming here just to give birth. All right, for the $5, the last $5, what does it take to get a girlfriend or a good platonic friend? Well, I think it depends on what you're looking for. And like if you're if you want to have a supermodel girlfriend, let's say, that's going to be more difficult than if you have just what you might say is an average looking woman. So maybe if you wanted to have a super attractive girlfriend, you would have to work out at the gym and make yourself similarly attractive. But if you're not shooting for that, maybe you just want an average looking woman, or less, then maybe what you would need to do is much less in terms of like looking better yourself. I mean, the super attractive woman is going to have many options. many more options to choose from than if she's just average looking. So it's going to be much harder to get a girlfriend like that. And I'm just talking about one dimension to consider. A very simple one to consider is just physical attractiveness. There's, of course, much more that goes into it. But as to what it takes to get a girlfriend, I'm just saying it's depending partly on what you're shooting for. And it might be very difficult or very easy depending on what you're aiming for. Maybe there are some women out there who would be happy to be your girlfriend, but who you would turn down because they don't have some characteristic you're looking for. Maybe you're but if you're very picky, then that can make it harder to get a girlfriend. So it's hard to give a universal answer to this question. What does it take to get a girlfriend? It's just going to vary a lot, I think, depending on exactly what you're looking for in a girlfriend. Like, does she have to be a fan of Ayn Rand's, an objectivist? That might make it harder because there aren't, versus like if you're looking to have a Christian or Catholic or religious, some kind of religious girlfriend, because there are millions of those, right? But I don't think there are millions of objectivists out there. So the pool of possibilities is going to be much larger or smaller depending on what exactly you're okay with in a girlfriend. And there's other, but in general, I mean, it's to get someone, I mean, having a job helps. Having a source of income, I think most women would like that. It doesn't necessarily mean you need to be rich, although for some women might require that. So that's another issue. Like, being rich could certainly help with a lot of women. Now, I don't think that should be the most important thing, but that is one factor. Financial issues, that can certainly help sometimes. I think if you're completely broke, that's going to make it harder. The pool of women out there who would be okay with that is pretty small, I think, relative to if you've got a job making some money. Okay, you also ask about a good platonic friends. So maybe you mean someone who is of the sex that you're attracted to, but you're not interacting with them romantically. Like, what does it take to get someone like that? I don't know if I have as much to say on that one. Maybe it's easier I don't have a lot of experience with that myself. Platonic friends, but yeah, maybe I was thinking maybe it's easier because you're making less of an ask, right? You're more involved with someone if they're a romantic partner than if they're not. So there might be a higher bar or a higher threshold that needs to be met in order to find someone who's a romantic partner as opposed to just a platonic friend. So maybe that's easier. Like for example, looks is not going to be an issue, right? So if you're just looking for a platonic friends, then the issue of how attractive they are is less relevant, if it's relevant at all. Maybe it's not relevant at all. So before I was saying, well, if you're trying to get a supermodel, someone extremely attractive, that's something that probably is not going to be an issue if you're just looking for a platonic friend, right? So I think that would make it easier. So maybe you wouldn't have to go to the gym and make yourself look really attractive in order to attract someone like that. So I think it would take less to get a good platonic friend than it would take to get a girlfriend. But there's also like, can you really be friends with someone platonically of the opposite sex, assuming that you're attracted to people of the opposite sex? Can you really just be platonic friends with that person? Or would there always be some kind of tension under the surface? I think some people in objectivism have so I don't think this is exclusive to objectivism, but I think many people within and without objectivism report having platonic friendships, people like friendships with people of the opposite sex who they're with the sex who they're attracted to romantically, but in some cases they can have platonic friendships. But I don't have a lot of experience with that myself personally. Oh, Audrey is here. Hi, Audrey. All right. Does that answer, Stephen? Does that? You can let me know if you want to hear any more on that. But I hope I gave you at least $5 worth of comments on that. Thanks for the questions. All right. I want to read these from Audrey after I check one thing. Okay. She says, I think the principle with forming romantic or platonic relationships is to be someone of value. So I would focus on becoming more valuable. Of course, value is relational to the individual. So expect to be valuable only to those who find you valuable. Yeah, making yourself more valuable is certainly important. And I was thinking of the looks as part of that, like going to the gym could be a way of becoming more valuable, but also developing yourself, your moral character, your own internal virtues, like confronting some toxic person in your life. We talked some about that earlier. Having the courage to confront some difficult situation, that would be a way of developing your character, and that's a way of making yourself more valuable, developing the character that enables you to do those things. Maybe getting a good job, a well-paying job. That could be part of improving yourself. And so I think those are at least components of making yourself more valuable. And I think there can also be things other than just working on yourself, making yourself more valuable. Like maybe someone thinks you're great, but you're just on the other side of the earth. And if only you lived much closer, they would be happy to date you or be your friend. And sometimes, people decide to move and in order to be closer. So it's not always just about you. Although I think that's a big component of it, but it could also just be some external circumstance, which you can at least sometimes address, like maybe changing location. Steven says, I don't think the gender matters. By platonic friend, I mean friend in a non-romantic sense. Okay. Okay, yeah, so if you just mean friend, I guess I don't put that in the category of romance. So I guess I would just say friend rather than platonic friend. But if you just mean friends, then some of the things I already said would apply, like developing good moral character. This is where you asked, what does it take to get a girlfriend or a good platonic friend? Yeah, developing your character, and having values, interests of your own, which, I mean, not everyone is going to be attracted, but some people will be interested in you as a friend. Like if you have common interests, maybe you could bond over those. Not that that's the deepest part of a friendship. Like let's say you're a lawyer, so you're particularly interested in law and maybe some other fields like history or philosophy, and in objectivism, Ayn Rand's, I guess, since you're here. So you could go to objectivist conferences, and that could be a way to meet, to increase your chances of people have similar values. Maybe being on my chat is a way to get to know some people who could be potential friends. People with common interests and values. So developing yourself and also putting yourself out there. Like if you're just listening to my show, but you're not participating in the chat, then people who would otherwise be aware of you if you were participating in the chat aren't going to be aware of you. I mean, maybe they're aware of you on some other forum where they've met you, but if you put yourself out there in more places, then maybe I guess you increase the chances you'll meet someone who you might be able to have a good connection with. So that's one way you might be able to increase your chances. I met someone on Facebook who I visited in Norway a few years ago, and that was great. So, and by making myself more publicly visible and doing a bunch of comments on Facebook and adding people as Facebook friends, I've gotten to know a lot of people that way, and some of them I've gotten to know a little better than just a name on Facebook. I would DM with the person some, and then eventually do some calls, video chats, and then at a certain point, he invited me to visit him in Norway. That was great. So that's just one little story. That might be the highlight of the cool things in terms of like developing social relationships that came out of my public Facebook activity. I got to know Audrey through social media originally, I guess, or maybe I don't know if it was Harry's platform. I don't know where I first came across Audrey, but somewhere online, I guess. And I eventually met her in person once. At the Irreplaceable Spark conference a few months ago, which you were at as well, I believe. Although I'm not sure if we met then. Okay. I have... How much more time here? Probably want to wrap up by 9 p.m. my time, so that's in about an hour and a quarter at the latest. Yeah, I guess I could go past that, but probably around then I would want to finish up. I don't know that I will go that late. I mean, I could end it now, but just want to give you some idea of at least a rough idea of the outer limit here. But I'm still here for now. So if anyone wants to raise anything, now's a good time. I think I've caught up with the chat. Thanks for your participation. All right, should I go back to Facebook? Look for some new replies. Maybe I should refresh this page here, or reopen the post. Okay, Steven just came in with a couple more chats. I'm not sure I want to answer like about people like that. Um, I haven't had a lot of contact with Tara Smith, so um, well, you ask if I read any of her books. Um, yeah, I have, and I've found them valuable. I did read Viable Values. That's one of Tara Smith's books, and I thought it was definitely worth reading. And I let her know, actually. I sent her an email, so, and that was pleasant. But she's written several books. Is that the only one I've read? I haven't read her first book. On political philosophy, and I think her next book was Viable Values on meta ethics. Oh, and then the next one was Normative Ethics, Ayn Rand's Normative Ethics. The one that was published by Cambridge University Press. I read 2 chapters in that, I think. I thought it was good. I mean, the part I read, I'd like to read more of it sometime. I'm just very busy with other things. But so I've read part of that, which I might get back to you at some point. And I think her next book on objective law. I think that might be her next book. I haven't read that one. Maybe if I get into law more, I will do that. I've started dipping into law a little bit with some of your super chat questions about Supreme Court cases, and yeah, maybe at some point I'll get that book. And then she also, I think her latest book was called Egoism Without Permission. I haven't read that one. So the only one I've read the entirety of is Viable Values. The chat on my phone looks different than the chat on my laptop. Why is that? Okay, now it's synced up. Learn anything interesting since your last show? Read history? I did read history. I have read about the Declaration of Independence. I talked a little about that towards the beginning of the show. I'm not sure if you were here for that. Actually, if I bring up my Wikipedia page, that'll jog my memory on what I've read since the last show. Oh, I've read some primary sources. Yes, I can show you this. Here, let me. I guess I have to drag this into a new window. Okay, this is my list of readings about U.S. history. And I've been focused on this period during the Second Continental Congress lately. So that was started shortly after the Revolutionary War. So the battles of Lexington and Concord were in April of 1775, and the next month, in May of 1775, is when the Second Continental Congress met through 1781. So that was the Declaration of Independence was written during the time of that Congress's meeting. And there were, I reread the Declaration just yesterday, actually. But there were some other primary sources from the time which I also read, like the letters to the inhabitants of Canada. So I think in the last show I said I was reading some about New France and the French colonies in the New World. And after the French and Indian War, which ended in 1763, Britain won, and France gave up its North American colonies to Britain. And the colony of Canada, which was along the St. Lawrence River, and I think it included Quebec and Montreal and Ontario, that all became part of what was called the province of Quebec. That was the first British colony in that area, starting in 1763. 9 years later, or 11 years later, 1774, was the Quebec Act. And that was one of the so-called intolerable acts. In Britain, they were called the coercive acts, which instigated the Americans to revolt, the Quebec Act. So that act extended the province of Quebec from not only Montreal and Quebec City in Ontario, that area, but also to the south of the Great Lakes, in between the Mississippi River and the Appalachian Mountains. This was all area that was called Indian Territory at the time, and it was behind the line of Royal Proclamation. The Royal Proclamation of 1763 said that colonists weren't supposed to settle past this line, which was basically the Appalachian Mountains. I have that up here somewhere. Yeah, here. Royal Proclamation of 1763. And I read that, the text of that act. And Quebec decided, or the Parliament of Great Britain, I think they decided, well, we're no longer going to just have this area between the Mississippi and the Great Lakes and the Ohio River, or the Appalachians. That's not just going to be an Indian reserve. We're going to make that part of the province of Quebec. And we're also going to allow Roman Catholicism, that religion there, not just Protestantism, which most of the English colonists were. And we're going to allow French law to exist, not just British law there. And the 13 colonies didn't like that. They thought it was keeping them from being able to settle in areas that I guess previously they were already granted land to settle in. So and I read that act, the original of the Quebec Act. But the Americans, in their first Continental Congress in 1774, they sent letters to the people who were the inhabitants of the province of Quebec, and they were trying to get them on their own side against the British in the American Revolution. And I wasn't aware of these letters until just recently, within the last week or so. I didn't know that the Americans were sending letters to the inhabitants of the province of Quebec in order to try to persuade them to take their side against the British. So I read those. There were 3 letters, and I read the originals of all of those. And then I read the Proclamation of Rebellion. So after the War of Independence started, the U.S. was still trying to mend things with the British, and they didn't want to completely permanently separate from the British. They just wanted to change some things, like no taxation without representation. They said, just, let's go back to the way things were shortly after the French and Indian War, before all these intolerable acts were passed, and before the Townsend Acts. That was another set of acts, which I have up here. Let's go back to the way things were back then, and then it'll be okay. But the British weren't having it. They weren't going to go back in the way the colonists wanted. And so the colonists, eventually they decided, all right, well, we're just going to have to declare independence. There's no way we can mend things. And there was a proclamation of rebellion. That's what this is. George III, he said that the colonies are in rebellion after they sent their olive branch petition. And I read the original of that proclamation, and then there was a response to that in December of 1775. I guess they still hadn't totally given up on persuading the British. Actually, I'm going to open that one. Let's see what... Response of the Continental Congress to the Proclamation of Rebellion. Okay, so I think this was maybe their last attempt to try to fix things without declaring complete, total separation. And then after that was the Declaration of Independence. Well, several months later. So those are the things I've been reading a lot since the last show. A lot of these primary texts. And that's been interesting to me, at least. Speaking of being excited about learning something, says Stephen. What does that mean? Do you mean it seems like I was excited about learning those things? I was at least interested. Excited might, it depends on what it is. I mean, excited is a high degree of interest, I guess. And I try to find things where my interest level is high so that I have a lot of motivation to read it. It's more enjoyable that way. Sometimes it takes a while to find something that's highly interesting, but it is something I strive to do. So King George declared us in rebellion before the Declaration of Independence. Yes. Yeah, 1775 was his or proclamation of rebellion. Let's see. I can bring that up. August 23rd of August 1775. It's pretty short. It's just this this one big paragraph. We have thought fit, by and with the advice of our Privy Council, to issue our royal proclamation, hereby declaring that not only all our officers, civil and military, are obliged to exert their utmost endeavors to suppress such rebellion and to bring the traitors to justice, but that all our subjects of this realm and the dominions thereunto belonging are bound by law to be aiding and assisting in the suppression of such rebellion, and to disclose and make known all traitorous conspiracies and attempts against us, our crown and dignity. So I guess he's encouraging or ordering people to snitch, report on any rebels, traitors, any traitorous conspiracies against us. Disclose and make known all treasons and traitorous conspiracies. All persons found carrying on correspondence with or in any manner or degree aiding or abetting the persons now in open arms and rebellion against our government, in order to bring to condign punishment. I thought that might be a typo at first. I had never heard of that word, condign. But I think it just means appropriate punishment. I just looked it up. It says appropriate to the crime of wrongdoing, fitting and deserved. That is interesting. All that folklore of John Hancock signing his name all big so the king would take notice. Wasn't John Hancock? Yeah, you would be excited. Wasn't John Hancock the first president of the First Continental Congress? So he was basically the first president of the United States. I think he might have just been the first signer of the Declaration, but maybe somebody else was the president of the Congress. Well, I can tell you in a few seconds. Let's go to Peyton Randolph of Virginia was the president of the First Continental Congress. John Hancock. Oh, he was president of the Second Continental Congress. He was the longest serving president of the Continental Congress, having served as the second president of the Second Continental Congress and the seventh president of the Congress of the Confederation. That's when the Articles of Confederation were in effect. So who was the first president of the Second Continental Congress? Oh, Peyton Randolph again. The First Continental Congress was much shorter. It was less than 2 months. September 5th of 1774 through October 26th, I think. I have that here somewhere. Yeah. So the First Continental Congress was less than 2 months, and Peyton Randolph was the president of that. The Second Continental Congress was 6 years, or almost 6 years, 1775 to 1781. And Peyton Randolph was the first president of that, and then John Hancock was the second president of that. He didn't need to remind the king of our rebellion, says Stephen. Yeah, I don't think he did. Didn't the myth say that John Hancock tried to write his name so big that King George would take notice? Yeah, something like that. I found a couple quotes about that. I forget where they were. Maybe it was in the Declaration of Independence article. Oh, here it is. I'll share this on the screen. Okay, so in the the article on Wikipedia on the Declaration of Independence, there's a section about the signing of it, and in that it says a commonly circulated but apocryphal account claims that after Hancock signed, the delegate from Massachusetts, that is Hancock, commented, "The British ministry can read the name without spectacles." Another report indicates that Hancock proudly declared, "There, I guess King George will be able to read that." All right, I think this might be a good time to wind down the stream. So today is Tuesday. If I do my next stream in 5 days, that would be Sunday, March 8th. So unless something comes up, I'll likely do a stream on Sunday. Probably around the same time. Stephen asks if I've read Cato's letters. I might have read some of them well, let's see. There was I took a class on Roman civilization as an undergrad, and I think I might have read some of that Cato. Well, there's Cato the Elder and Cato the Younger. And I think I read something by one of them. I don't recall which. But there was also a Cato used as a pseudonym, right, for someone in the founding period. And so maybe you're referring to that Cato, not the ancient Roman Cato. And if that's the Cato you're talking about, I don't think I have read letters by that Cato. And there's also the Cato Institutes, which is maybe named after the founding father period Cato, if there was such a person. I'm a little hazy on that, but I could do a quick search on Cato's letters to see what you're talking about. Cato's letters by John Trenchard and Thomas Gordon was a series of 144 essays published in the 1720s that championed liberty, free speech, and republicanism while condemning tyranny and corruption, profoundly influencing American colonists and the founding fathers. Okay, no, I haven't read those. I've thought about reading some Federalist papers. I read about half the Federalist papers many years ago, but now since I'm getting back into the founding period, I thought I might read some more of those, but I'm not sure. We'll see. All right, I can feel my voice starting to go, so I gotta end. I didn't have any calls today. Gosh, and that's okay, but I think this is the longest I've done a stream without any calls. So it's hard to talk this long just by myself. All right. Thanks everyone for being here. Thank you for all the chats, super chats, and thanks for just watching. If you're just watching or just listening, thanks for all the likes, subscribes, shares, comments. All right. Have a good rest of your evening, everyone, and hope to see you again in the future. All right. Where do I gotta See, now that I'm doing OBS, I have a new system to figure out how do I stop this thing. Maybe I should stop it on first on YouTube and then stop it after that in OBS. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay, I'm going to end the stream on YouTube. All right, so thanks again for coming by the stream today, and see you next time. Bye, everyone.